Welcome back here. This is episode 13 of my series, the Realignment 2028 series as the expansion team Oakland A's. We have just beaten the Detroit Tigers 3-1 in the 5 game series. Now we are into the ALCS, facing off against the league leading Seattle Mariners. And when I say league leading, I believe they had the best record in the entire league at 98-64. Yes, they did. But we're quite a good team as well. 92 wins, that's good for third in the league behind the Dodgers. And yeah, I feel like we've got a decent matchup here, especially since one of their best players is out, Julio Rodriguez. I think with how the CPU plays this, they would probably leave him off the roster for this series, with him being out for 5 days. For sure, we will not see him in the first 4 games of this series. So, yeah, but they still have a lot of dangerous hitters. Colt Emerson, Cal Raleigh, Big Dumper, as they call him. Yeah, he's yeah, a lot of solid bats here still. Um, Roster is going to look pretty much the same, the playoff roster. And this will likely be my 1 through 4 rotation, starting with Gavin Jones. He's been our ace all season. Imanaga had a great game 2 for us. Bautista did well in game 3. And Ferris came in and just wowed me in game 4. So, excellent work there. I actually haven't looked at our splits during the postseason, but I expect they're pretty good. Yeah, the only one who struggled a little bit was Colin Snyder, at least in terms of FIP. But yeah, Griffin Jacks with a 0.48 FIP didn't allow an earned run in 3.2 innings pitched across 4 games. He was, every bit the closer that we hoped he would be. And you can see, yeah, our starters all, Bautista had a 4.15 ERA. From your third starter, you'll take that. And then Imanaga, Ferris, and Jones all pitched excellent. Jones got hurt in his start, but was off to a great start in 2 1/3 innings. So we'll hope that he can keep that up here. Our lineups here, again, I'm going to keep that the same. I thought about bringing in DeLuca, who is great against left-handed pitching. The problem is the Mariners really don't have any left-handed pitching that I'm concerned about. They have Joey Wentz as a starter, who has pitched to a 4.63 ERA this year and looks pretty mediocre overall. And then they have one reliever, Brock Burke, who does look decent, but he's a reliever still. And yeah, that's it. The rest of their pitching staff is righties, so bringing in DeLuca over someone who hits righties a little better doesn't really make sense, I think. You can make the argument, I guess, to take out Shelley or Martinez, because both of them were worse against righties this year than DeLuca was, but I like Shelley's defense, and Martinez had the one game where he was really hot. Granted, most of that was against left-handed pitching, but yeah, I think he's just a better all-around player than DeLuca at this point. DeLuca can play first base in a pinch. That is something, but for now, we're just rolling with the roster that we have. And then pitching-wise, I don't see the need to change up things either. The only thing, that I'd even consider would be bringing in Karsten Svem as another left-handed arm, but they don't really have a lot of left-handed bats that I'm super concerned about, and we have Bourgeois, we have Hill to deal with those if and when they come out. So, they have one left-handed bat that I am concerned about, which is Colt Emerson. But yeah, everyone else is either a switch hitter or a righty. John Cruz, he does worse against lefties than righties. Very slightly worse. Not a huge split there. Same with Case and Cunningham, I think. Yeah. Oh, well, his is more significant. But I think we're fine with just the two that we have on the roster. Yeah, I don't see the need to change. So we'll just go ahead and head into game one. And the format is a 2-3-2 split. So we'll play the first two in Seattle, then three at home in Oakland. And then finally, the last two games, if necessary, will be in Seattle. So we'd love to take at least one of these first two games so that we can go back home to at least tied 1-1. Obviously, you want to win both if you can, but I'm not going to be greedy. I'm going to at least hope for one win out of those two. So, yeah, let's go ahead and get into game one. All right, and here is my starting lineup for game one. Again, trying to go with a mix of who has performed well throughout the season versus who has performed well in this series. Cutter Coffee, I have not been wowed with him at the leadoff spot. He'll get one more game to try and prove himself there, mainly because I don't feel like adjusting the lineup right now. But, you know, he was off to a good start in the regular season before getting hurt. So we're going to leave him there for now. Zapata has done pretty well, decent overall in the postseason. Volpe's been hot, so he gets the 3 spot. Baldwin has not been hot, but he was our best hitter throughout the season. He'll get the 4 spot after a game off to kind of clear his head in Detroit. Rooker slots in at the 5 spot. He has not been great so far in the postseason. Only 1 hit across, 11 at bats. 091 average, but we'll see if he can turn it around. Ditto for PCA. He did start to turn things around a little bit in the last game against Detroit when he went for 3. Let's see if he can keep that up. Santana has been one of our best hitters so far in the playoffs. He went 2 for 4 in the last game. Perdomo is hurt, but he will be our starting third baseman because his bat has been pretty good. And then finally, Steven Martinez. Again, his best game came against left-handed pitching, but he'll slot in at the 9 spot for us. As Gavin Jones will take the mound. He's been our ace all year. He was off to a great start before he got hurt against Detroit. This is his first start coming back from that injury. It was just a moderate injury, but he was able to rest the full week. So we'll have to see kind of game-wise how things go. I don't want to push him too hard and potentially get another injury. I would think he's slightly more injury-prone. But we'll have to see kind of what the game situation allows there. As their lineup, Colt Emerson, he's probably their most dangerous batter. He's been fairly hot throughout the playoffs as well. They did take the Yankees to the full 5 games before winning 6-5. I didn't actually look to see if we can. I'll have to look at that game. Game 5. It looks like it was a close one. RJ Austin, only a 2-star player, center field for them. He is not a great center fielder, it looks like. So, 60 range is a little less than what you'd want from your center fielder. Let's see if we can take advantage of that. Encarnacion Strand, they signed him in 2029, and he's done well, I guess, so far. But he's signed for them through 2035. That's not a contract I would necessarily want. Cal Raleigh, dangerous hitter, really good hitting catcher, has a lot of power, and did really well in their last game against the Yankees. Sal Stewart looks to be good. He had a really solid season. He's been hot in the playoffs, so we'll have to watch out for him. Josue De Paula, I'll have to figure that out. He is just an okay looking outfielder. 0.1 WAR, had pretty good offense and probably not so great defense, I'm guessing. Negative 12 ZR in right field. So the Mariners are definitely an offensive first team over their defense. Although John Cruz projects as a pretty decent defender, it looks like, and pretty decent on offense as well. He's hitting in the 7 spot for them. Andres Jimenez, now on the Mariners. He's playing second base for them, I assume. No, he's DHing for them, despite having pretty good defensive numbers at second base. Well, you have Colt Emerson playing second base, so that would be why. And then their shortstop, Kason Cunningham. Yeah, he looks pretty good defensively as well. So let's see if we can get to the Mariners here in Game 1. As we will come up to bat first as the visiting team. Jose Atencio on the mound. I forgot to look at him. I can look at him right after the first pitch here. But he is not their ace. I know that. He's out by a step and a half, so fairly close play at first base there. Yeah, Atencio, he's, he looks decent. Just under 4 ERA, 3.1 WAR on the season. He projects as like, a third or fourth starter. Has a decent changeup, fastball, slider, and a cutter that is not much to speak of. Let's see if we can get to him here. We definitely want to take advantage of these pitches as, yes, Zapata does hit one into left field. Nice job getting to Zapata is a threat to steal on the base pass. We'll see if he decides to with full pay up, and he does go, and looks to be safe. Nice. Raleigh doesn't have the best arm, only 50, so running on him makes a lot of sense. Get yourself in a scoring position. Volpe hits it into center field, and you have to imagine that was scoring run. No, it's too shy. Now you got first and third with only one out. Baldwin just needs to put one in play, not in the infield. As that ball drops for his first hit of the series, couldn't have come at a better time. Well, it probably could have come at a better time, but still very welcome here as we get a 1-0 lead. Still just one out. Let's see if Rooker can do some more damage here. As he hits one deep to left field, will that stay in play? It will. Okay. Cruz brings it down. 2 outs. PCA up to bat. He hits one to the left side. Oh, diving catch. Oh, and the ball is fumbled by the first baseman. The throw is off target. Ooh. Costly error potentially for Seattle as Santana steps in. He's been one of our hottest hitters throughout the playoffs. Let's see if we can continue that here. As he hits one, that looks like it'll find the ground, and it will. That's going to score at least 1, maybe 2. They do decide to hold it on the third. It's 2-0 now. Let's see if Perdomo can keep this train going with the bases loaded. As he hits one right to the shortstop. Okay. So we do leave the bases loaded, but get 2 runs in the first. You'll take that every time. A's up 2-0. Gavin Jones steps up. He's our ace against Cole Emerson, probably their best hitter, leading off for them today. It is a lefty versus lefty mashup. As Emerson hits that one deep and playable for PCA. Not bad. RJ Austin steps in. He's hitting 118 so far in the playoffs. And he doesn't add to that average there. Strikes out against Gavin Jones. Encarnacion Strand up to bat. And he hits that one deep. Will that stay in the yard? It just will not. Just barely on the right foot ball. That's homer for Encarnacion Strand. 2-1. Alright. As Cal Raleigh steps in against Jones and strikes out. Okay, so do allow the home run, but that's the only hit, and we stay up 2-1 as Martinez steps in. And he hits one sharply. That's going to be extra bases down the line. You have to imagine he'll pull in a second safely with a double there. Yep. Martinez, nice job getting into scoring position right away with nobody out. Let's see if we can get to Atencio again this inning as Coffey steps in. He hits one deep to the left field. No, okay. But nice job by Martinez tagging up and heading to third. Now any fly ball will score a run. So Zapata gets hit. All right. Yeah, Atencio not having a great game so far. He has allowed 5 hits, 1 earned run, and just hit a batter there. So Volpe got to hit his first up, and that will find the field again and score the run for third. Yeah, we got first and second. It's just one out. Score is 3-1. Rick Baldwin had to hit his first time up. Let's see if he can keep going here as he pops it up and Raleigh pulls it down. All right, Brent Rooker has been cold in the playoffs. It would be a great time for him to kind of break that slump as he hits a hard ball, but right to the left fielder. That's all we get, but add another run, 3-1. So Gavin Jones steps back in against Sal Stewart. As he hits it, and that's over Santana's head into center field. So they are on nobody out. Jose DePaula hits it. That could be 2. Let's see if they can turn it. They turn and get 1, but not quick enough to get 2. So, man on first, 1 out. DePaula is a threat to steal, especially with Baldwin behind the plate. Let's see if they decide to do here. 3-2 pitch. And he knocks that into right field. Oh no, as our right fielder Zapata the ball gets past him for an error. Okay. Okay, I think this is where we intentionally want Jimenez to set up the double play, especially since Case Cunningham has been ice cold. So this is where I go into game options and change my pitching strategy so I can do that. We're intentionally walking Jimenez. It makes sense here, I am hesitant to do that in the second inning, but it is the playoffs. We can't. As they're already pinch hitting for their shortstop here, they have recognized it's an important bat as well. Justin Henry Malloy steps in. He's also not been great in the playoffs. Let's see if Jones can get out of it here as he pops it up. That may score a run. Zapata has a decent arm though. He'll throw it back in. And they don't bother tagging and scoring. So now bases loaded, 1 out. But Emerson, the best hitter, steps up to the plate. He is 0 for 1 today. Can Jones get out of it? No, a single to right field. That's going to score at least 1 run. Zapata gets the ball in, play at the plate, but it's not in time. 3-3 now off that single. Oof. Okay. And Austin up to bat. See if we can get him out. And strike 3. Okay, so he does get out of it. The intentional walk ends up not really mattering either way. Man, it's been high offense so far this game, which you'd expect against Potencio, not so much against Jones, who's been our best pitcher, but that's just how the playoffs go sometimes. As PCA hits a little nubber in front of the plate, and with his speed, he's going to leg that out and get into the field with a single. PCA definitely a threat to steal. Let's see if he looks to go against Raleigh here. He does go. He's up and throwing, and PCA beats it. All right, so he puts himself in scoring position with 1 out. Let's see if Perdomo can knock him in here. Every run matters in this game. As diving catch from the center fielder. Ooh. All right, Martinez with 2 out. 1 on in scoring position. Hits it deep-ish, but that's going to be playable for the left fielder. So no run score despite the leadoff single. Not leadoff single, but single by PCA. They leave 1 stranded. Encarnacion Strand, speaking of stranded, has hit a home run today. Let's see if we can get him out this time. As he hits 1 again to right field, so he's 2 for 2 so far today. Yeah, he is, I guess, justifying that big contract there as Raleigh steps in with a man on, nobody out, strikes out. All right, let's see if Jones can get his head back in the game. He is at 56 pitches, but he is our ace. He gets a little more leeway. Oh, as that one skips away, kicks off the catcher. So that's a wild pitch. As Jones, maybe right as I talk about my faith in him, throws a wild pitch. Yeah, 60 pitches. I think we let him go at least this second time through the order, depending on how this inning goes, I guess. As that falls into left field, and it's hard enough where they do not send the runner. So first and third, one out. See if we can induce the double play from DePaula. Full count, and he strikes out. We'll take that too. All right, Cruz steps in with 2 outs. Jones, get out of it here. Hard hit ball, but Volpe does pull that down, throws over to first, no problem. Okay, so he gets out of it without any more damage done. Still tied 3-3. As Coffey steps in, he's 0 for 2 so far. As he, hits it right to the shortstop. And just to jump up and rob him with a hit. Okay. Zapata steps in. He's, 250, 650 OPS in the playoffs so far. 1 for 1 today. As he sends that one to center, but playable for Austin. As he pulls that down, Volpe steps in. He's 2 for 2 today. He's been hot. Let's see if he keeps that up here. As he hits that one deep to left center. That might not stay in the yard, and in fact, it doesn't. Solo home run from Volpe to give us back the lead 4-3. Love to see that. All right, Drake Baldwin steps in. He's 1 for 2. Works the full count. And does he go? Ball 4. All right, nice job by Baldwin holding up there. And we have a man on now for Brent Rucker. He's 0 for 2 today. Yeah, we will give him the chance to bat here. As he remains ice cold, strikes out. Alright. Jones will face Jimenez and Fitzgerald here, and then we'll kind of evaluate Ben as he pops it up to the second baseman Volpe. That's no issues there. Tyler Fitzgerald. I think he's pinch hitting again for the righty matchup. Alright, but we'll leave Gavin Jones in to face him. It's a 3-1 pitch, and he does hit into play, but right at Santana, who throws it over first. No problem. Okay. So, Gavin Jones now at 84 pitches, Colt Emerson up to bat. I think this will be his last batter, no matter what. As Emerson works a 3-2 pitch and strikes out. Nice job by Jones. He does give up 3 runs in his start, but goes 4 innings. We'll take that, especially since we currently have the lead 4-3. But his day will be done after that. It's the playoffs in a 1-run game and not taking any chances here. So Santana steps in. And he hits one deep, but playable for Cruz. He makes a running catch as Perdomo steps in. Perdomo hits one. That's also playable for Cruz. All right, so 3-2 pitch. No issues there. All right. And let me decide what I want to do for my pitcher. Pause here. Alright, so Correa will come in for Jones here. It's either Leiter or Correa, kind of in middle relief, middle/long relief role. And Correa did pitch in the series against Detroit, pitched an inning scoreless. Yeah, we'll go with him. I think he's got very slightly better numbers against lefties. And they're pretty comparable against righties, so he's going to go the next 4 for sure, and then we'll look once we get to their left-handed stretch near the bottom of the order how things kind of go there. But Correa comes in. Jones's day is done with 3 runs, 6 hits allowed. Little worse than what you'd hope for from your ace, but still put us in a position to potentially win the game. So bullpen's got to come in and shut it down. As Encarnacion Strand steps in and strikes. No, catcher's interference. Okay. I was going to say, there was only one more pitch. Okay, so that's one way to reach first base, I guess. So he does stay perfect at the plate today, as the Mariners now have a runner with one out. Raleigh is worse from the left side, I believe. That's another walk. That catcher's interference not doing us any favors here, but the double play is still in order for South Stewart. As Correa digs in. If he doesn't get Stewart out here, we might look to, well, we'll just have to see. We're going to take each at bat as they come. As that ball does find center field, right, as Armstrong gets it in quickly. The one does score. Raleigh goes for third. Coffee cuts it off, fires to third. He does get the runner there, but the Mariners have tied the game, and now it is 4-4. DePaul has been cold. I will leave in Correa to face him, but that might be his last batter, depending on how this goes. Yeah, he does induce the fly ball out. Okay. So the Mariners have tied up the game. It's 4-4 now. Martinez was stepping against Potencio, still in the game at 84 pitches. So let's see if we can knock him out of this game and get to the bullpen. As Martinez strikes out on the changeup. Cutter Coffee will step back in. He's 0 for 3 today. He is not justifying his leadoff role as he hits one to the outfield and 0 for 4 so far. He might get pinch hit and grab some he's been a little disappointing since coming back from injury. Zapata steps in and does get the ground ball, or short little fly ball to center field. Zapata's still a threat to steal. Volpe's still been hot. Let's see what they decide to do here. As Volpe hits it, but right to the third baseman Stewart, and yeah, game will stay tied. As Correa comes back in, Correa is just at 18 pitches. I think. I think we will leave him in. It's a tie game. I can't leave him in. We're gonna, I'm not taking any chances here. Not gonna worry about preserving the bullpen too much. Bourgeois is coming in. He's our best left-handed pitcher. Yeah, he's gonna face the bottom of the order here. As that one gets hit to Volpe on a 3-2 count. Does get the first out there. All right, Jimenez steps in. He's been hot in the playoffs, 4 for 5 as their DH. Let's see what Bourgeois can do. 3 pitches, 3 strikes, strikes him out. As Fitzgerald steps in, he's 0 for 1 so far. Let's see if we can make him 0 for 2. As weak little ground ball to Santana, no problem. 1-2-3 inning for our pitcher here. As there's my cat. I don't know if you can. Hi. I don't know if you can hear that or not on this recording, but she wants attention. Yeah. What can you do when your cat wants attention? Besides give her attention. I'll be right back. Alright, my cat seems content for now as Drake Baldwin steps in. Yeah, he's done well so far this game, 1 for 2. 3-1, and he hits that one. That looks like it might find the gap, and it does. It should be extra bases for Drake Baldwin. Nice job to start the inning. And this is where we potentially, even with his bat, maybe look to pinch hit or pinch run for him. It is the 7th in a tie ball game. I think we pick to make some moves here, as Baldwin definitely not the best runner. As my cat is getting crazy here in the background. Yeah, versus right-handed pitching. We're also going to pinch hit for Rooker, I think, too. He's 0 for 3 today, has not looked good at the plate. So we're going to pinch hit for Keyshaw. Keyshaw might go on the base paths, actually. Let's see, who is our best runner? It is Keyshaw. Shelley also good. Gamble also good. If we want our best runner on the base pass, it would be Keyshaw stepping in for Baldwin. And we would bring in, at least in terms of OPS, our best batter has been Sean Gamble. He's also been ice cold in the playoffs, but you know, new series, new chance to be the hero. So Gamble steps in. He's going to pinch hit as Keyshaw is our runner here at second. With his speed, you have to imagine any hit should score him. J.R. Ritchie steps in, another righty. As Gamble hits one to center. It's playable. No tag from Keyshaw as PCA steps in. He's 1 for 3 today. It's a little, ground ball right to the pitcher. It does advance the runner to third, but it is the second out of the inning. As Santana will step in, 1 for 3 today. Let's see if he can come through in the clutch here. As he hits it deep. Is that deep enough? No, it is not. It's out. So the moves don't pull off here. As now we need to decide what to do in terms of our lineup here. We can. I want to leave Zapata in. I want to leave PCA in. I guess Gamble is staying to play DH and yeah, so I guess Bodine will just come in for Keyshaw. I don't want to take out, well, I can't take out Gamble. He's now our DH, so Bodine will come in to play catcher for Keyshaw. It's the danger of pinch running for your catcher. And now Baldwin's bat was out of the lineup too, but Bodine has done well in limited playing time. Bourgeois will stay in to face Emerson, and then we will pull him for one of our setup men. Emerson strikes out on 3 pitches. Nice. Okay, so let's go to pitchers against right-handed pitching. And in this spot here, I think we go to Snyder. Yeah, Snyder would be the pitcher here. Against the heart of their order. Austin Encarnacion Strand, who's red hot, and Raleigh. 3 very important outs to get here. Sorry, 2 important outs. Well, he will pitch the next 3. As Encarnacion Strand steps up, he's 2 for 2. Also got on due to catcher's interference. He's got the home run. You maybe even think about giving him a free pass here, but I'm not giving him a free base runner in a tie ball game. Snyder delivers. Nice job. First time Encarnacion Strand did not reach this game. As they finally go to their bullpen here. And Andres Munoz. Wow, so they're bringing in their closer already against the bottom of our order. Okay. Perdomo 0 for 3 so far today. Let's see what he can do against Munoz. They might look to do it. Oh, as Perdomo hits it hard into the wall. Nice job by him. That's extra bases easy, even with his gimpy leg. I think with the gimpy leg, we go again to our bench, and we're going to bring in Montero to pinch run for him. Although Shelley's probably a better pinch runner. Shelley is a better pinch runner. Okay. Yeah, we're going to bring in Shelley to pinch run for him. So Perdomo's day is done, and Martinez steps up to bat. Strikes out. Okay. Coffee 0 for 4. He's been ice cold. But only bat we've got on the bench currently is Montero, who is not good against righties this season. Has fared a little better in the playoffs. But I think we leave Coffee in and look to see what he does here. As he hits it and delivers his first hit in quite some time. Shelley hustles over the third, so we got first and third, 1 out. Zapata, any hit will score a run here. Let's see what he can do. As he strikes out third, Zapata shakes his head in disbelief. Alright, Volpe. Volpe's 3 for 4. He's who you want up at the bat to the plate right now. Clutch situation. Can he deliver against their catcher? No. Strike 3 against their pitcher. Sorry, Munoz. The closer is what I meant to say. All right. So we need a third baseman here. So we're going to have Shelley stay in and play right field. We could actually play first base. We can just have, we've got our full outfield set. So Martinez will play left field, Shelley plays right, and then Montero will sign in for Zapata and play third. As Snyder will step in to face Raleigh, probably Stewart, and then we might go to our other lefty in the pen against the bottom part of their lineup here. And Raleigh walks to lead off the inning. Sal Stewart is 3 for 3 today. Speaking of hot, this will be Snyder's last batter, but we want to leave him in the face the red-hot Sal Stewart. He's our best against righties. As Stewart grounds it to Santana for 1, and he turns it. Nice job by Snyder inducing the play. As Jose DePaula steps in, he's 0 for 3 so far today. I think we'll leave Snyder in to face him. This will be his last batter for sure. DePaula, who makes us pay for leaving him in as he grounds it down the line. That's going to be extra bases. We should have played the matchups there, maybe. Alright. And we will bring in our other left-handed pitcher against Cruz. That's going to be Desan Hill. Desan Hill can go for several innings, too, so we might look to do that here. He'll definitely come in to face Cruz, the runner in scoring position. As he strikes him out. Nice job getting out of the inning. All right, Bodine, Gamble, Armstrong, Carl Armstrong against Munoz. They are leaving him out here for the 2 innings save potentially. Let's see what Bodine can do. As he hits it, and it does fall in for a hit. Okay. We have used our whole bench up, so Bodine will have to stay at first. No pinch runner situation here. Gamble ice cold throughout the playoffs, 0 for 6. Let's see if he can be the hero here today. As he works a walk, we'll take that. 2 men on, nobody out for PCA. He is 1 for 4 today. PCA works the walk, bases loaded, nobody out. Santana steps in. This is what we like to see, and this is potentially why you don't do a 2-inning save with your closer here. As Santana hits it deep, but It is playable for the center fielder, but we will tag and score with Bodine, and we have the lead now as they pull their closer. Yeah, Jose Soriano comes in. Maybe a batter too late. As the moves do not pay off for the Mariners. Shelley strikes out. Breaking ball. Martinez will step in. He's 1 for 4. As he hits a little ground ball. Is that soft enough? No, he will get thrown out at first base. But we do retake the lead 5 to 4. And I think in this situation, we do bring in the pinch hitter. We go to our closer, Griffin Jacks, to get these last 3 crucial outs. He's been great so far in the playoffs. Let's see if we can keep it up today. It's 5 to 4, just a 1-run lead. This is where you want your closer in. So gets the strikeout for out number 1. Tyler Fitzgerald steps in. He's 0 for 2. As he hits one just over the first baseman's head, and that's down the line, potentially extra bases. As Shelley gets the ball back in, and they do have a runner now in scoring position. As Colt Emerson steps up. All right. Griffin Jacks, our closer, against Emerson, one of their best hitters. That he hits it deep. Will that stay in the yard? It will not. It's the walk-off header for Emerson. Brutal loss. As Jacks blows the save, and the Mariners win 6-5. Again, brutal loss there. What else can you do, though? I mean, yeah. What else can you do? Damn. Yeah, Jones did all right there. Correa did give up a run as well. The rest of our relief pitchers were great. Jax with the blown save. His first blown save in quite a while, I think. Man, that's rough. We're definitely going to have to make some changes to our lineup. Coffee in the leadoff spot is not working out. We might look to put Volpe there instead. Yeah, player of the game, Cole Emerson. I'm not surprised there. Yeah, he's a dangerous hitter. And Encarnacion Strand crushed us too, as did South Stewart. We gave up how many runs? 10 hits. They gave up 13. Yeah, I mean, we said at the beginning here that we'd like to get 1 of 2 in Seattle, so we just got to go out and win the next one. That's all there is to it. So, yeah, we'll see you at game 2. We are headed into game 2 here after that brutal game 1 loss. It sucks to be on the other end of a walk-off. Just no 2 ways around it. But yeah, got to try to bounce back in game 2 here and head back to Oakland tied 1-1. So let's see how that'll go. I made some tweaks to the lineup here. Obviously, we're facing a left-handed pitcher, so it's going to be a little bit different regardless, but trying to, again, balance who's been hot in the playoffs versus who's not, regular season performance, trying to take everything into account. Playoffs are a very small sample size, but still. I think this lineup makes sense. Volpe is going to lead off for us. He's probably been the best hitter overall. Didn't hit super well during the season, but, he has come in clutch so far in the playoffs. Perdomo also been good. His quad strain's still an issue, but he's going to play third today. Shelley batting third today and playing center field. PCA has been a bit disappointing on offense anyway, and he's a lefty and doesn't hit lefties super well, so Shelley will get the start. Martinez in the 4 spot. He's done really well against left-handed pitching, both in the playoffs and during the regular season. I have Baldwin batting 5th. He had started to turn things around in the last game. Let's hope that continues. Santana usually bats near the bottom of the order. I have him 6th today because he has also been hot during the playoffs. and then Coffee goes down to 7th. Zapata is 8th because he is not as good versus left-handed pitching, but again, more recency bias. He went 2 for 4 in the last game, and Keyshaw will bat in the 9th spot. Hasn't done much so far this series, but also hasn't gotten a ton of batting opportunities either. Only 1 start against Detroit. So we'll see how he does. And then Imanaga on the mound. His last start out, he was great. Went 7 strong innings, 2 earned runs. I think that was off of just 1 home run too, and only allowed 4 hits, struck out 8. We need a bounce back here as they have largely the same lineup as yesterday. I don't think there's much of a difference except for Kason Cunningham. I know they pinch hit for him really early in the game last time. He will slot back in at shortstop. Joey Wentz takes the mound for them today. He is a lefty. He's got a 4.63 ERA on the season. We need to get to him. Absolutely. We don't want to go down 0-2 in the series, even if we're heading back to Oakland for the next 3 games. So, let's get into game 2. Volpe leads off, and he leads off with the full count. As the camera does some dramatic work here, let's see what Volpe can do, and he strikes out. He does work the count full at least. Perdomo up second, and a 2-0 pitch. He hits a weak ground ball to the right-hand side. Is it going to be in time? Shoveling to the pitcher, and he's safe. Perdomo, even with the injured quad, legs out an infield single. Nice job there. Shelley up to bat. 231. And he hits it deep, but not deep enough to center field. Austin extends to make the catch. So 2 away. Martinez has been great against left-handed pitching, and he might continue that as that ball goes deep. It's to the wall, and it is gone. Yeah, Martinez with the 2-run homer. Love to see that. He is justifying his 4 spot there as we jump out to a 2-0 lead. Let's see if Baldwin can keep the inning going as he takes strike 3. But we jump out to a 2-0 lead as Imanaga steps in to face Emerson. He was great the last time out. Let's see how he'll do against the best team in the league, the Seattle Mariners. Easy ground out to Volpe. 1 down. RJ Austin steps in. They're filling center fielder for Julio Rodriguez, and he does not fill in nicely there as he strikes out. Encarnacion Strand has been incredibly hot, very dangerous. Let's see what Imanaga does. He's a weak low ground ball to the right-hand side, and no problems there. So 1-2-3 inning for Imanaga. That's how we like to start the game. So Santana will step up to bat as he hits one, and that'll get down for a base hit to center field. Nice job there. Is Santana on? He's fast. He could maybe look to run here with Cutter Coffee up at the plate. On a 1-2 pitch. He hits it to the left side of the infield. They turn 1. Can they turn 2? It's high, but yes, they do turn 2. So Coffee not only hitting cold, but also grounds into the double play there as Zapata steps in. And there's a little flare. Oh, as the right fielder flies in and makes the catch. It said it was down the right field line. That's a little bit of a weird graphic there, but yeah, we go down 1-2-3 in that inning as Imanaga steps in to face big dumper himself, Cal Rowley. As he hits a little flare, that might get down for a base hit, and it does. Single to right, that's his first hit allowed of the game. So let's see, Sal Stewart also been red hot. As he hits one to right field, but playable for Shelley. No, that's Martinez. DePaula steps in. Here's a string of lefties they have as, it's a ground ball to Volpe. That might be 2. 1 to Santana, 2 Coffee. That is nice job getting out of that inning. One hit allowed, no damage, still scoreless. Still up 2-1, or 2-0. As Keyshaw steps in. Let's see what he can do. He hasn't gotten many opportunities yet in the playoffs as he skies one to center. That's going to be an easy out for Austin. As we're back up to the top of the order, Anthony Volpe steps in. And he pops it up. That's going to be easy for the third baseman, it looks like. Yep. And Stewart. 2 outs now. Perdomo 1-for-1 today. Let's see if he can get on base again. Had an infield single last time as that one almost gets past the shortstop, but he does nab it and throw out Perdomo at first. So still 2-0. Imanaga stepping back in to face the bottom of the order here. And that's a little grounder to the left-hand side. No issues there for Perdomo throwing a coffee. Jimenez has been fairly hot, 4-for-6 in the playoffs. Let's see if we can sit him down without any damage. As he pops up, that looks like it'll be for Santana, and he grabs it. No issues there. All right. Cunningham, 1-for-18 so far in the playoffs. You would hope that he would make it 1-for-19 as he strikes out. The ball gets past the catcher, but he does throw him out at first base. So 1-2-3 inning. Imanaga has faced the minimum so far, just 1 hit allowed. As Shelley steps in against Wentz. Let's see if we can get some more runs here. As Shelley hits one deep to center field, but playable for Austin on the track. Martinez hit the clutch home run last time. He's 1-for-1. Let's see if he can make it 2-for-2. He's been hitting lefties well. He's got the power. He does not demonstrate the power there as he hits a slow rolling ground ball to a shortstop. Out number 2. That's what Cunningham brings. Superior glove work. Yeah, he sure doesn't bring his bat to the plate. As Baldwin steps in, he's 0-for-1 today. And he hits it to center, but it's going to hang up enough for Austin to bring it down. So 3 up, 3 down, still 2-0. Imanaga stepping in. He is facing Emerson for the second time. As Emerson hits one, and that's going to get down probably for extra bases. As Keyshaw corrals it and throws it back in, but Emerson's going to get in with a double. Leadoff double here in the 4th for Seattle. As RJ Austin steps in, let's see if Imanaga can get around this. As he hits a slow rolling grounder, but playable for Imanaga. A little bit of a high throw, but no problems there. Emerson moves over to 3rd, so any sort of fly ball will score a run. Let's see if we can get Strand to strand the runner, as there is a fly ball, but it's fairly shallow for Shelley, as Shelley throws it back in, but Emerson does tag up and score, so it's 2-1 now. As Cal Rowley steps in to the box, he's 1-for-1 today. And he hits it deep to center field, but playable for Shelley. So they do get 1, but they manage to limit the rest of the damage. 2-1 now. Oakland ahead. Wentz stepping in the face of Santana. Santana hits it fairly sharply to the right-hand side, but playable for the second baseman. Emerson goes it in, gets him out. Cutter coffee still ice cold. We don't like cold coffee. We want some hot coffee. This coffee at least works a walk there. That's one way to get on. If your bat's cold, get a walk. All right. Zapata up to bat. He's 0-for-1 today. Let's see what he can do. As he hits one that could be a double play. Nope, they just get the out at first. So Coffey does move up to second base scoring position. Let's see if Keyshaw can knock him in here. He's 1-for-6 so far in these playoffs. As he hits a little looper, but that's right to Cunningham. He pulls it in. No damage to them in this inning. Still 2-1. As Imanaga steps back in against Stewart. He's red hot, but 0-for-1 today. Let's see if he can make it 0-for-2. as he hits another hard fly ball, but right to Shelley. Sorry, Martinez. I'm used to Shelley being out in right field. As DePaula steps in, he's 0 for 1. As that's a pop up to the shortstop. No, Martinez dashes in and grabs it there with another funny graphic. All right, John Cruz will step in to face Imanaga. As that is hit fairly deep to left field, but playable for Keyshaw. No issues there. That's a 1-2-3 inning. Imanaga still going out and dealing as Wentz is at 82 pitches. You have to imagine this is probably his last inning with the game this close, but the CPU's done crazier things before. Let's see if Volpe can knock him out of this game. Because he does hit one deep to left center, but that's going to be playable for Austin. One down. Perdomo, 1 for 2. On the 0-2 pitch, does strike out. And Wade Shelley. Let's see if he can get to Wentz here as he flies out to the shortstop. Okay, so that's a 1-2-3 inning from Wentz. Knowing the CPU, they may bring him back out for the 7th. We'll see. Jimenez 0 for 1 today. Let's see how Imanaga does against him on the 0-2 pitch. Strikes him out. Nice job. It's his 3rd strikeout so far this game. Cunningham up to bat. He's ice cold. Until now, that's going to get down for a hit. He's now 2 for 17, I think. As there's a man on for Colt Emerson. Imanaga's at 72 pitches, but he's been doing well. I don't think about taking him out here just yet, especially with the lefty-lefty matchup against Emerson. We'll see if he can get the double play. As he does ground it to Volpe for 1. Can they turn 2? Santana to Coffee. Volpe, Santana, Coffee. 4, 6, 3, double play. Love to see it as Imanaga gets out of the jam there. And Wentz does come back out for the 7th inning, so let's see if Martinez can make him pay yet again as he checks, but goes around for strike 3, and that was his last batter. Okay. I don't know why you'd keep him in to face Martinez, who's better against lefties, but sure. Okay. As Drake Baldwin will step in, he's better against right-handed pitching, so let's see how he does. Bryce Miller, as he loops one that will get down into right field for a base hit. Nice job there. Santana steps up to bat. He's 1 for 2 today. And he hits one that should get down for a base hit to center. As, Baldwin thinks about rounding second, but decides against it. Cutter Coffee, he's 0 for 1. He does have a walk today. Do I think about pinch hitting here against right-handed pitching? Who do we have? I mean, Rooker is theoretically better. We've got PCA available as a pinch hitter. Coffee, though. I mean, the results on the season say that he should be good or even better against right-handed pitching than left-handed pitching. Well, actually, he went left and better, but still. Definitely going to leave Zapata in. Rooker could bat against left-hand or against the righty here, but then we'd have to leave him into play first. I'll just leave Coffee in. 1 out. Let's see what Coffee can do. It's a 3-1 pitch. He lines to center field for an out. At least it's not a double play, I guess, as lefty Brock Burke comes in to face lefty Gene Zapata. So now do we think about making a switch against left-handed pitching? As Zapata does still hit lefties fairly well. Rooker is theoretically better. but Rooker's been ice cold. Zapata doesn't have a hit in this game. Maybe Rooker in a pinch hit situation would be better here. And this would be the spot to do it because I don't really want him playing the field. So we're going to try this. As they bring in the lefty Burke, we're going to sub out Rooker for Zapata. Let's see how he does against the lefty Burke. One of their few left-handed pitchers. As he strikes out. Rooker just not doing well. He had such a good end to the season and is just not coming up clutch in the playoffs so far. Imanaga, we're going to leave out here for the 7th, at least at first. I think with a 2-1 ball game, I think leave him unless we get any base runners on, and then I might look to pull him here. I think that's going to be my plan. As he strikes out Austin. Nice job getting out of there. He's at 80 pitches. He maybe could keep going, honestly, depending on how this goes. Encarnacion Strand and Raleigh and Stewart, the toughest part of their lineup here. As Strand hits one deep to left field, but playable just barely for Keyshaw on the warning track. All right, that scared me a little bit. Raleigh up to bat. He's 1 for 2 today. Imanaga does issue the walk here, and now we have to think about, with a man on, do we leave Imanaga in to face Sal Stewart, who is 0 for 2 today, but before that he had been red hot with a 400 average in the playoffs, 1.1 OPS. Imanaga getting tired, but he's been doing so well this game. It's a very high leverage situation. I think I have to bring in the reliever to face Stewart. As much as I hate to do it, I want to let him finish out this game, but we're going to bring in Fernandez. Yeah, he's just... It's a high leverage spot. You need this out. It's a very crucial out with a 1-run ball game. Fernandez will step in to face Stewart. Stewart works a 3-2 count. And he hits one to the left-hand side, but playable, no problems for Perdomo. That is the inning. So we get out of it, but Imanaga's day is done. He goes 6 2/3, giving up 1 run, 3 hits. Very excellent start for him as well. As Keyshaw will step in to face the lefty Burke, who is still out there. Do we think about subbing in like Montero or somebody? I mean, our entire lineup still hits lefties pretty well, with the exception of Volpe and Santana, who I want to leave out there for their defense anyway. Maybe when they bring the righty back in. Oh yeah, we did set up our lineup for the left-handed pitching, so yeah, let's go ahead and let Keyshaw bat here. As he hits one deep to left field. Is that going to be an insurance run? It is. Keyshaw with a solo home run. Now it's 3-1. Give us a little more breathing room. I love that. All right, Volpe 0 for 3 so far in the leadoff spot. Let's see if he can get a hit today. As he hits one that may get down, and it does in the right field for a hit. As Burke not doing super well so far. Volpe is a threat to steal with Perdomo up to bat. As he takes off, it's strike 3 and safe. So they avoid the strike him out, throw him out, double play. Wade Shelley will step in now. He's 0 for 3 today, but Volpe now in scoring position. And Martinez up next, so we'll let Shelley step in as he hits a little grounder to the third base side, and no play. Shelley is fast enough to beat out the throw. And we have runners on the corners now with 1 out. Martinez up the bat, very dangerous against left-handed pitching. They are still leaving the lefty in to face him. This is some interesting management by the computer here, but they do strike out, so it works out for them against Martinez. And then they bring in the righty to face Baldwin. I don't understand that, but let's see if Baldwin can make them pay. I can say words. All right. As Baldwin hits a weak grounder to the pitcher, will he get it to first in time? He does. So we get the insurance run from Keyshaw's home run. It's still 3-1. Fernandez. Will I let him face DePaul? I think I'd like to bring in Hill against the bottom of their order here, since they have just a bunch of lefties in a row. Fernandez does also do well against lefties, though. And Hill's slightly tired. I think we will leave Fernandez in, and if any runners get on, bring in Hill to face the bottom of the order, and maybe Emerson if he would get on, as he issues a leadoff walk. Okay, so immediately going to Hill here. Could go Bourgeois as well, as he's been good against left-handed pitching, or left-handed hitting. Actually, yeah, let's go to Bourgeois here. As the righty Malloy steps in after we bring in Bourgeois, and he strikes him out. Nice job by Bourgeois. Tyler Fitzgerald, another pinch hitter to face Bourgeois. They're emptying their bench here in this clutch situation as Fitzgerald hits one that does get down into center field for a base hit. So now they have runners at first and second. The leading run coming up to the plate with Case and Cunningham. He's 1 for 2 today, but just 2 for 20 in the playoffs. Let's see if Bourgeois can get the clutch out here, maybe induce a double play. No, he walks in. The bases are loaded now for Colt Emerson. Bourgeois, 13 pitches. He's going to stay in to face Emerson, and then we're going to go to maybe the closer Jax after that, depending on how this at-bat goes. But Emerson got to play the matchups here. He is worse against left-handed hitting. Yeah, so we play the matchups and we hope for the best. So Emerson does put a ball in play. That's deep. It will likely score a run as Shelley throws it back in, but we'll still take that insurance run coming up big now as we still have the lead 3-2, and we will bring in Griffin Jax on rest here to get the last 4 outs of the game. I know I criticized them for they tried to do a full 2-inning save. I think a 4-out save is a little different, especially when he's coming in a high leverage situation like this. Austin is 0 for 3 today, just 2 for 24 in the playoffs so far, but you never know. As Jax deals and pops him up. This is playable as Santana pulls it down. We head to the ninth, still up 3-2, as Santana, Coffey, Rooker do up here against Richie. As he hits it sharply to the right-hand side, and it is 1 out. Coffey will step in. He's still 0 for 2 so far this game. I think I'm going to bring in a pinch hitter here. We'd love to get more insurance runs. I think it's going to be PCA, and I'll leave him in to play defense after that. Shifting Keyshaw over to first base. Coffey's been ice cold. Rooker's also been ice cold, but I want PCA out in the field after this anyway. I think this makes sense. Yeah, as he'll step in to bat for Coffey, and he strikes out. Okay, PCA down on strikes. Rooker has been just not great. I think we're going to bat Gamble in place of him in the DH spot. As Gamble works a 4-pitch walk, we'll take that. Keyshaw steps in. He did have a clutch home run his last time up. Let's see what he can do here. Strikes out, but still in front, 3-2. And the PCA will come into play center. We'll shift Shelley over to left, Shelley over to right, Martinez to left, and Keyshaw at first. Griffin Jacks will step in to face the part of their order. Encarnacion, Strand, Raleigh, Stewart, the 3 hardest outs. Emerson made us pay last game. It's another clutch situation, but we've got our closer in. He's thrown 5 pitches, but it's the playoffs. We just need 3 outs here as Encarnacion, Strand puts that one in play, but playable for Santana. 1 out. Cal Raleigh, big dumper, steps in against Jacks. The 0-2 pitch. As he hits it deep, that may tie this game, and it does. Jacks blowing to save again. Stewart will step in here. Gotta focus. He's gonna stay in against Stewart. Take this game into extras. As Stewart hits one deep and that finds the gap. I think Jacks is done here. As we want to play the matchups. The lefty DePaula up here. We're going to bring in, we could bring in Jackson Ferris, but fit-wise, that's not a great move, I think. Desan Hill will come in, I think. Rough 2 outings for Jacks. I mean, it's a rough time for any pitcher, I think, to face the middle of that order. But still, he's your closer. You want him to come in clutch there. As DePaula strikes out, what will he do? He'll do against Justin Henry Malloy. He hits a sharp grounder, but that's right to Santana, and we do get out of the inning without any more runs allowed, so we are heading to extras as Volpe will step in. In terms of our bench, we've only got Montero and Bodine left. Could maybe look to pinch run with Montero, but for the most part, I don't know. Montero could see a pinch hitting opportunity. Gamble did get a walk last time, though, and he'd be the spot I'd think about doing that. But anyway, getting a little bit ahead of myself as Volpe hits the 3-1 pitch sharply to the third baseman, and Stewart does third. So, Perdomo up. He's 1 for 4. As he hits that one to the right fielder, DePaula. What's with DePaula? I thought he was an infield for some reason. Anyway, Shelley up to bat. He's 1 for 4. As he hits the 3-2 pitch, but that is more than playable for Austin. And we head to the bottom of the 10th, still tied 3-3. As Fitzgerald will step in to face, Hill will step in to face Fitzgerald, Cunningham, Emerson, and he will be facing those 3 batters, and then I'll be taking him out of this game probably, as he is pitching on short rest. Fitzgerald does ground out to Santana. Cunningham is 1 for 2 today. Gave up a walk to him last time. He is going to fly out here to left center, and Colt Emerson will step in. He's 1 for 3, but his 1 hit was clutch. No, it wasn't clutch hit. Either way, Hill will deal, and he issues the walk there. So 21 pitches. I think even though it's extras, like we're still playing where every out matters a lot. And I think could bring in Snyder, could bring in Leiter. Or Correa. I mean, Correa's done well. He did give up a run in his last appearance. Let's bring in Leiter here to face the middle of their order. Play the matchups. 2 outs. The rookie. I think Leiter's technically a rookie coming in. It's a target ball. It does get past Perdomo into left field as I don't know what the runners are going to do here. Ball will roll towards the fence. Yeah, so that is a stand-up double. Encarnacion Strand. He's 0 for 3 today. Do we walk him to put Cal Raleigh up the plate with the bases loaded? I mean, that run at second doesn't matter. Only the force out really matters. I think that we do that because anything. Cal Raleigh. He is 2 for 3 today. He's been the hotter hitter versus Encarnacion Strand. He's 0 for 3. Raleigh. Pretty comparable numbers on the season, I think. Encarnacion Strand was hot before today, but man, this is the tough decision. I know strategy-wise, it probably makes the most sense to walk him here to get a force out of every base, but Cal Raleigh against right-handed pitching is a slightly worse. 116 on the season. 122 OPS. I think we walk him here. I think that's the play. I hesitate to do that. I think he's been 0 for 3 in the game, but I think just strategy-wise it makes sense to intentionally walk him here. And then, we'll pitch to Cal Raleigh as he comes up from the left side of the plate. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Can Leiter get the clutch out here? 3-2. A walk does score a run. He puts the ball in play. Santana fields it, gets it to first. We get out of the inning without anyone scored, so the walk pays off. As Jose Soriano will come in to face Martinez, Baldwin, Santana. As Martinez strikes out. Baldwin in. 3-2 pitch. Also strikes out. Santana also strikes out. Jose Soriano struck out the side. Very quick top of the 11th inning. As Leiter will stay in to face Sal Stewart. He is 1 for 4. He does get walked on 4 pitches. Don't love to see the leadoff clock there. Paula is 0 for 3. As Leiter steps in against him, strikes him out. Nice job. Justin Henry Malloy 0 for 2. He strikes out, and could that be a strike him out, throw him out, double play? Very nice done by the defense there. As we step in, PCA, Gamble, and Keyshaw to face Soriano. As PCA hits one fairly deep but playable. It's we're in the top of the 12th now. Gamble will step in. He got a walk his last time up, so no official plate appearance. Let's see what he can do here as he works another walk. Okay, if he can do that every time, I'm perfectly for that. He is a threat to steal. We might see him going with every run mattering here. Keyshaw up the plate. He does have the clutch home run that gave us 3-2 lead back in the 8th. Let's see what he can do here. As he hits a grounder, that could be trouble. That was 1, and they do turn 2. So Keyshaw grounds into the double play. It's still 3-3. This Leiter will step in. I think he'll face the bottom of the order here, and then we'll see where he's at against Emerson. We might look to bring in another pitcher. We are rapidly running out of lefties, unfortunately, but yeah, Leiter will for sure face Fitzgerald coming home. So Fitzgerald hits a sharp grounder to Santana, but no problem, 1 out. Cunningham, he's 1 for 3 today. And he's now 1 for 4 today. As Emerson steps in, Leiter at 33 pitches. Against lefties, he's not great. I think we might look to bring in Snyder, who is our best remaining pitcher against lefties. He will get tired fairly quickly. He does have not very much stamina, but yeah, this is a very important out to get against Emerson. As Emerson crushes that ball, though, right out the left fielder Martinez as he pulls it down. And we head to the 13th as Kevin Kelly. That's a familiar name. If you recall, he was on our team as our closer in 2028. Then we traded him to Baltimore. That trade actually netted us Gavin Jones, our Game 1 starter, as well as Steven Martinez, who's playing the field for us right now, as well as Anutis Mordon, who we traded for Imanaga. So that trade paid dividends for us. He now is on Seattle after getting traded there from Kansas City. He's had a good year for both teams. Let's see if we can make his year a little worse as Volpe steps in. Does work a full count. And Volpe checks his swing, but still goes around for strike 3. Perdomo stepping in. He's 1 for 5 today. As he hits one, that could find grass, and it does. Little base hits to right field, right center-ish. Perdomo is a mild threat to steal. Don't think we want to sub anyone out on the base paths. As Montero is probably just a worse runner. I think we're just going with this the rest of the game, unless someone like Baldwin gets on, someone who's in a crucial spot and a very bad runner. We might look to pinch hit or pinch run. But pinch hit wise, I think we're just rolling with this lineup here. Shelley swings and misses for strike 3. 2 outs now. Let's see what Martinez can do against Kelly. As he hits one deep to left field, that could be trouble for them, and it is. Martinez with a clutch home run. It's now 5-3. Martinez, in kind of poetic justice here, came to our team in the Kevin Kelly trade, goes yard against Kevin Kelly to give us the lead. Now let's see what Drake Baldwin can do as he steps in. And he hits one sharply, and it does get past the first baseman into left field, right field. Do we look to... I think we want to get in our best defensive lineup, so I am actually going to sub in Montero as a pinch runner here. Bodine will come in to play catcher for us in the bottom of the 13th. And Santana steps in. Well, Montero looks to run, and he is safe. Okay, so Montero gets himself into scoring position there. Nice job. As Santana steps in, let's see if he can get the runner in. It's a weak ground ball to the right-hand side, but playable for the second baseman. So no runs there, no more runs, but a clutch home run by Martinez gives us a 5-3 lead. As now Montero will stay in to play third, and Bodine will sub in for Belmo to play catcher. And Snyder only threw one pitch last inning. I'm going to bring him back out for the 13th to face the heart of this order. Again, these are tough outs to get, but we just need 3. And Snyder's our best remaining pitcher against righties. If he gets tired, we could bring in Correa. But as of right now, he's the guy. So he will face Austin, Encarnacion, Strand, and Raleigh. As he strikes out Austin. Encarnacion Strand 0 for 3 today. He intentionally walked in his last time up to get out of the inning successfully. As he pops up now to right field, shallow right field, and Volpe brings it down 2 outs. As Snyder steps in against Raleigh. Can he put him away here? A sharp grounder does go to Santana. Santana throws to first. Is he in time? He's safe. Raleigh beats it out for an infield single. Ooh, okay. As Sal Stewart will step in now. He's 1 for 4. He's red hot in the playoffs. 10 for 24 with a 417 average. 1.2 OPS. Snyder's starting to get tired. I think do we go to Correa for the last out? I just don't know. I think Snyder, even slightly tired, this will be his last batter no matter what. But we're leaving him in to face Stewart. And let's see if that decision is justified. And it is. He strikes him out to win the game. Oakland wins the game 5-3 thanks to a clutch home run by Steven Martinez. We do split. That's what we were looking for. Take game 2 at Seattle, head back to Oakland, tied in the series 1-1. The Mariners were expecting the pressure of the playoffs to get to Shota Imanaga. They underestimated the old man. It's funny referring to him as an old man, but he is 37 in this save. And yeah, he had another great performance. Like, he was player of the game, even with that extended affair. Like, I can't argue with that. He went 6 2/3, only gave up 3 hits, 1 earned run, 1 walk, 4 strikeouts. Like, you'll take that game anytime. Jax does blow another save. He's got a 5.79 ERA in the playoffs now. The rest of our bullpen does fairly well, though. Fernandez gives up a run. Everyone else scoreless, including some clutch 3 outs by Snyder here. I don't know what we do in terms of Jax at the closer position. You know, he has been our guy all season, but 2 blown saves in a row. Game 1 was brutal. Game 2 forced us to go into extras and use a ton of pitchers from our bullpen. We'll have to see how things go here. As our team overall does well. I mean, this is the best team in the league by record. Without their best player, Julio Rodriguez, but still a very dangerous lineup, top to bottom. They showed that today. Cal Raleigh went 3 for 5. Encarnacion Strand went 0 for 4, but he's been hot. Stewart 1 for 5. We did only allow 8 hits throughout the entire course of that game, but we did give up some walks. 6 walks. I'm pretty happy with that game 2 performance, though. We managed to pull it out. Clutch performance all around. And we'll head to Oakland, tied 1-1. So game 3 up next. Game 3 here as we are in Oakland, going for the series lead here as we're tied up 1-1. our lineup here today as my cat wanders around near the microphone. Our leadoff hitter is Volpe. He's been great in the series so far. Perdomo, Santana, Martinez stays in the 4 spot. I mean, you can't argue with those results over the last few games. Again, small sample size, but whatever. Keyshaw will stay into play first today. He had a pretty good game last game, including a very clutch home run. It was just a solo shot, but, we needed every run we could get to win that one. Baldwin in the 6th spot, Zapata in right field. Coffey will DH today over Brent Rooker. They've both struggled so far in the playoffs, but Coffey's been just a little bit better. And Rooker, I'd rather play Coffey at DH and put Keyshaw at first. His defense is just a little bit better there. So we're rolling with that. And Armstrong in the 9 spot. He's really struggled so far, but we want him in there for righties for his defense. And Bautista takes the mound for us today. He had a solid effort last time out. I'd say solid, but not spectacular. But, he's our number 3 pitcher. That's what you'd expect roughly from your number 3 pitcher in the playoffs. They also switch up their lineup, or at least their batting order, a little bit against righties. DePaula is leading off for them today. Then Austin still in the 2 spot. I don't quite get why he hasn't hit well. Even in the regular season, didn't really hit well. Emerson at 3, Encarnacion Strand at 4. John Cruz, who I think batted near the bottom of the order against left-handed pitching, takes the 5 spot today. Sal Stewart has been maybe their best hitter overall in the playoffs. He is batting 6th. Cal Raleigh all the way down at 7th. He does have heat exhaustion too, with moderate injury there. But they're going to play him through it. It is the playoffs. Andres Jimenez has been hot in the playoffs, although the last 2 games has cooled off a little bit against us. And Casey Cunningham, not a great hitter. He's in there for his defense. An 0.91 average in the playoffs, even a 2.14 average in the regular season, not great. As Gilbert is, at least by ratings, their ace. Struggled a little bit this year in terms of his ERA, his WAR, down a tick from the last 2 seasons. Could be seeing signs of decline, could be some unlucky BABIP, although that seems roughly in line with what he's had the last 2 years. Walks per 9 are a little up, home runs per 9 are a little up. But still a very dangerous pitcher. We're going to have to go into game 3, and we want to win the next 3 ideally. Obviously we want to win the next 3, but any losses and we for sure head back to Seattle for the last 2 games. So we'll see how this goes as we get into game number 3 here. Bautista on the mound. Series is deadlocked at 1. 48 degrees in Oakland, which seems cold for them, especially in October. And a leadoff walk from Bautista. That's not ideal, but let's see. Boston squares to bunt. Okay, so we're trying small ball here in the first inning. I will take that, but he does end up swinging away. Try to maybe surprise bunt for a hit there. Emerson steps in as he hits a grounder. That's slow rolling enough to get just the 1 out at second base from Volpe. As Encarnacion Strand will step in. Face Bautista as he grounds softly to the right side. No damage done. So we get out of the first inning without any runs, and Volpe will step in against Gilbert. Let's see if we can get to him early here. We did that in the last game, but it ultimately paid off, even though we went to extras to do it. And Volpe grounds out to the third baseman. Perdomo steps in. And grounds it softly to the first baseman. All right, so nothing has made it out of the infield yet. Santana, let's see if he can break that streak as he's up 0-2. It's a soft fly ball, but it hangs up there enough for DePaula to come down. So 1-2-3 inning. Cruz will step in against Bautista. He hits it, and that's no issues for Perdomo. Sal Stewart, dangerous hitter. Hits one down the third baseline, but Perdomo snags it. Oh, the ball gets away from Keyshaw. You'd hope that he would make that play. I don't know if that's more on Perdomo or Keyshaw. Either way, the error lets Stewart get on with Rally up to bat. As he hits a soft ground ball, but that would just be taken to first base for the out. Stewart does go to second, so he is now in scoring position for Jimenez. And the ball almost gets away, but Baldwin manages to pounce on it. Nice job. Jimenez works a full count. Let's see if he can strike out, and he does. All right, so the error ends up not hurting us as we go to the bottom of the second with Martinez stepping in against Gilbert. The pitch, and he hits it fairly deep and to the gap. That's going to get down for extra bases. Martinez continuing his hot stretch here with the leadoff double. No, he's going for 3. Let's see if he made it in there safely. I think he did. The leadoff triple for Martinez. Okay, so any fly ball you would assume probably scores a run here, as Keyshaw hits a shallow ball here, and that's a single to center. We are on the board, up 1-0 now. Keyshaw with threat to steal with Baldwin at the plate. He thinks about it, but doesn't go. Zapata up to the plate now, as Baldwin struck out. Zapata, soft ground ball to the right-hand side. We're not going to get any outs. Ball is soft enough that Zapata picks up an infield hit, so we now have first and second with just 1 out. Cutter Coffey up to bat. He's been ice cold. Coffey and Armstrong both have. Let's see what he can do here. As he hits one, and that looks like it'll find the gap. Cutter Coffey coming through in the clutch. Say that 3 times fast, as he scores at least 1 with that double. And they do hold the runner at third. Zapata stays in. It's now 2-0. With 2 runners in scoring position as PCA steps in. PCA hits one hard and over the right fielder's head. That's extra bases. Nice job getting to Gilbert so far early, as that's another double. That scores at least 1. It scores 2. 2-run double, up 4-0 now. With Volpe setting in. Volpe's been good so far. And he hits one deep. And either to the gap or gone, and it is gone. Volpe, 2-run shot. It's a 6-run inning. It's Gilbert falling apart here early on as Perdomo steps in, strikes out, and then Santana up to bat next, and he strikes out. But 6 runs on 6 hits. Up 6-0 now. Give Bautista some breathing room as he strikes out Cunningham. DePaula back up to the top of the order now. And he works a walk. So that's walk number 2 for Bautista. He's walked 2, struck out 2. He's at 52 pitches already in the third. As the runner takes off, DePaula, is he going to get in there safely? Yes, the ball skips away, and he makes it all the way to third. Not ideal there, as Austin will step in with a runner at third, and he hits one to center field. That's playable for PCA. Gets the ball back in. That's a sac fly. Still up 6-1. As Emerson will step in now for Mariners. And he hits one softly. That's playable for Santana, and that's out number 3. So they do get one, but still a 5-run lead for us here, as they're already bringing in the reliever, Luis Moreno, getting to their bullpen early here. It's only the bottom of the third. As Moreno hits one, Martinez hits one to the gap. He's staying red hot, as that's another double from Martinez. He is hitting well at the right time. He's officially hot. Keyshaw 1-for-1 today. Let's see if he can score another run, as that's hit to the third base side. Not bad. That's out number 1 in the inning. As Baldwin will step in. He's 0-for-1 today. Starting to hit a bit, but does strike out here. Let's see if Zapata can score the run from Martinez, and he does hit a single. Hopefully they send him here with 2 outs. Martinez does get sent, and they get him out at home. Okay, I think you have to send him there with 2 outs. I think the aggressive send doesn't pay off, but I don't hate that move. At least given how it looked in the game, in the 3D rendering of the game, anyway, like that. That's a defensible set. Strand will step in against Bautista. We want Bautista to go as late as possible, as late as makes sense. And he is at 63 pitches, so he'll at least go, I think, twice through the order. As Santana gets the second out there. Bautista's starting to settle in. Stewart, dangerous batter though, as he hits one sharply, and that's extra bases to the gap in left center field. As he goes for 3, and does he make it? The throw to third. Oh, okay, so he does make it. Alright, so 2 outs, runner at third, Cal Raleigh up, Bautista at 73 pitches. With a 5-run lead, we leave him in and strike him out. So I think we're going to go one more inning with Bautista and then bring in some long relief. As Coffey will step up. He's 1-1. He had a clutch hit earlier in the game. A double, scored 2. This one not going to be as successful as he grounds out to the shortstop. PCA has a hit already in this game. He also had a double. As he strikes out, the ball gets away from the catcher. PCA, a fast runner. And Raleigh does throw him out at first, but it looked fairly close, at least from the game cast there. All right, and Volpe 1-for-2. Did hit a 2-run homer his last time up. Sharp grounder to the third baseman, no problem for Stewart. 1-2-3 inning there. Bautista at 77 pitches. But with a 5-run lead, we can move him in. Jimenez hits a shallow fly ball to center. That's playable. And PCA brings it down. All right, Cunningham. That might find the gap, and it does. That's extra bases again. Okay, Seattle, that's only their second hit of the game, and I think it's been a triple and a double so far. It feels like they've had more, but I think it's just a lot of balls in play, as Bautista's walked 2, struck out 3. I think there's been an error in there. There's 2 errors in there, actually. So, Bautista will stay in to face DePaula. So he steals third. Safe. Okay, so he does get in position for a sac fly. As DePaula pops up. That's not going to be a sac anything, as that is just to Santana. Let's see if Bautista can get through the inning here against RJ Austin, who's ice cold. And he does strike out Austin. Nice job by Bautista here, getting through 5. He did everything we could ask of him. I think that's going to be his last batter of the game. And we'll bring in a long reliever the next inning to replace him. Perdomo strikes out. Santana Hits one somewhat deep to right field to play as DePaula runs down. And Martinez, let's see if he can stay hot. He's 2 for 2 so far today. And he hits a sharp grounder to the shortstop, but that is playable. And that's 1-2-3 inning for Oakland. Still up 6-1. Bautista at 90 pitches. His day is done. We're going to bring in... Oh, I think this might be another Cam Ryder game. No, we're going to bring in Correa. He's got the highest stamina. Hopefully we can get several innings out of him. And that's extra bases, not a great start for Correa. So he does have to face the heart of their order here. Arguably their most dangerous hitters are Raleigh and Stewart, though, and they're hitting 6 and 7 today. So Emerson definitely dangerous. I mean, it's kind of pick your poison here. I think 3 through 7 are all very dangerous hitters. And Strand hits a grounder to the third baseman. That'll be an out. Delmo to Keyshaw. So John Cruz steps in. And that's another soft grounder for Perdomo to Keyshaw. And 2 outs now for Sal Stewart. Runner on, 1 for 2 so far in this game. As he hits another shot ball, that could be extra bases, that could score a run, and it will. Let's get the ball back in, and that's a double with no issues for Stewart. So it is now 6-2. We still have a 4-run lead. You know, that's not ideal, but let's see what Correa can do here against Cal Raleigh. 4-pitch walk. Okay. Alright. Jimenez and Cunningham up to bat next. So Jimenez hits it to center, but playable for PCO. Okay, so they do get out of the inning with just 1 run allowed. Could have been a lot worse. Moreno has pitched 3 scoreless innings for them. Let's see if we can get him out of this game as Keyshaw steps in. He hits a little looper, but that is playable for the right fielder, DePaula. No issues there as Baldwin will step in. Struck out against Moreno his last at-bat. As that one's fairly deep and doesn't make the play, center fielder, as that should be extra bases for Baldwin. Stand-up double for him. As Cole Sands will come in relief, so that is it for Moreno. Zapata up against right-handed pitching. Let's see. I don't know if we look to make moves here. I mean, theoretically, Booker. Zapata's actually better against right. I mean, he's been great against righties all year. Coffee is 1 for 2 so far this game. I mean, our hitters are doing well this game. I think we just leave things alone. You know, Baldwin we could maybe pinch run for, but I would like to leave his bat in the lineup since it's only the 6th. And Zapata hits a sharp grounder down the first base line. That is out number 2. Baldwin goes to third. Cutter Coffee, if he can get a hit, that should score Baldwin here. As he hits one fairly deep to right field. He is back almost to the warning track, but that is playable for Zapata. So don't end up scoring a run here. As Correa will step back in to face Cunningham. I think I'm going to leave him in through DePaula and Austin, and then we'll kind of evaluate from there. So Cunningham takes the 0-2 pitch, and that's a ground out to Volpe. Nice job there. DePaula up. He is 0 for 1 today. Not who you want from a leadoff hitter. And pops it up there. He's now 0 for 2. And RJ Austin also 0 for 2 with a 206 on base percentage. Just a 447 OPS. And that's grounded softly down the first base line. Okay, so 1, 2, 3 inning. Correa does a nice job here in the 7th. I think he will be done after that as we get into the heart of their lineup. As we have Armstrong and Volpe Perdomo up after this. We may bring in Montero for defensive purposes to replace Perdomo, who is still playing through that injury. We're going to give him one more at bat, though. As Volpe grounds out to third, 2 away. As Perdomo will step back in. Strikes him. So Correa's day is done. We've got Emerson, Encarnacion, Strand, and Cruz up. So we want someone who's decent against lefties. Could look to bring in Desan Hill. Could just go straight to our setup man Fernandez and then Jax to close it down. Kind of a closing not save spot there. Yeah, let's bring in Fernandez here, I think. Well, how does Emerson do against lefties? Worse. Significantly worse. Okay, so... yeah. Bourgeois, very low sample size. Who's been better so far in the postseason? Bourgeois has. Okay. So we look to get through the heart of their order with Bourgeois, maybe? We've got a bit of wiggle room here, too. He has decent stamina, too. We've got strikeout from Emerson. Step in the face and Encarnacion Strand, as that is a fly out to PCA. I was going to maybe look to make defensive replacements here. Still not too late for that. As we could bring in Shelley and Montero. And who don't want to take out Martinez. So I guess Zapata would be the takeout here. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll put in Shelley here to play right field, and then Montero will come in to play third base. Against Cruz. That's deep. Will Shelley be able to get that one? He will not. Okay, so it's a 6-3 game. Now officially a save spot. I think we bring in Jax now to face Sal Stewart. He's 2 for 3 today as well. Yeah, obviously the results last time not the best. Landon Ropp hasn't pitched yet in this series. But yeah, Jack's in a non-save situation. I'm still going to bring him in here, see if he can get some confidence back against Sal Stewart. Here's the pitch. It's a pop-up. Alright, so we do get out of the inning without any more damage. They have narrowed the lead 6-3, so they're not out of the woods quite yet. And we've got Santana, Martinez, Keyshaw up to bat. See if we can get some more insurance around here as we head to the ninth. As Santana swings, hit fairly well, but caught by Austin. And Martinez will step in. He's 2 for 3 today. He's still hot. And works a walk there. Nice job for him. Keyshaw will step in with 1 out. Kevin Kelly in again from the Seattle bullpen. And Keyshaw looks a walk, so 2 consecutive walks from the relievers on the Mariners. Let's see if Baldwin can make them pay. He is 1 for 3 today. Does work a full count. Does hit the ball past the first baseman into right field. That should score a run. As the runners advance also on the play at home. Alright, we get some insurance. It's now 7 to 3. Runners at second and third. Montero will get a chance to pinch hit here, or bat here, as he came in as a defensive replacement. Oh, when he gets hit. Okay, well they do have first base open, but I have a feeling that wasn't intentional. As Coffey will step in now. Bases loaded, 1 out. As he hits one to center field, that's playable, but hopefully deep enough where, no, they do not tag. Okay, so Keyshaw, even with his speed, they don't attempt to tag and score there. I don't know if I agree with that, at least from where it was caught there in the outfield. RJ Austin also only with a 50 arm, like, I think you go for the run there. But anyway, PCA steps in with the bases loaded, 2 outs. Hits a little ground ball in front of home plate. Will Rowley put it down and make the play at first? He does. Okay, Armstrong, even with his speed, is cut down. Jax will come back out for the 9th against Rowley, Jimenez, and Cunningham. As the 3-1 pitch is hit to right field, but that's playable for Shelley, no problem, 1 out. Jimenez steps in. Strikes out, and Cunningham steps in. Not probably who you want with the game on the line, although he does hit it deep to right center field. Maybe I'll eat my words here, as it does get over the fence for a home run, keeping them alive. It's now 7 to 4. So much for getting Jax's confidence back. All right, he will stay in and face DePaula, but this will be his last batter. So hopefully we get through as DePaula hits it deep. What is going on here? Okay, Jax is done. He's cooked. It's now a 7 to 5 game. All right, so we have to bring in someone else to face Austin. Just an awful series so far for Jax. As we'll bring in Snyder to get the last out of the game. And that makes it into center field. Okay, so they're staying alive here with the 2-1 ninth. Tying run now at the plate, and it's Colt Emerson. Yeah, I mean, Snyder has to face him. Emerson hits it into the gap. That could score a run. Oh my God. Okay. They do hold him at third. Okay, so kind of a similar situation here to what we had in Extra's last game, and I think we're going to do the same thing here. The Carnacion Strand is 0 for 4 today. So what we're going to do is intentionally walk him to set up that force at any base. Here on this side. And then we are going to bring in the lefty, Desan Hill, to face Cruz here. We don't want the game to get to South Stewart. So he hits one up the middle. It's a base hit. That's going to score at least 1, maybe 2. Oh my God. Falling apart here. The top of the 9th. So it's now a tie ball game, and it will get to South Stewart. It's 2 for 4 today. Just an awful performance from our bullpen here. but we do induce the pop-up from South Stewart as we get out of the inning. Still have a chance to win it before it goes to extras, but it's 7-7. As Andres Munoz, dangerous batter, pitcher. But we do have the top of our order up. Volpe, Shelley, Santana. We could look to pinch hit for Shelley, potentially. As he has not hit righties well this season. I mean, the options are Rooker or Gamble, who have both been pretty underwhelming. Gamble did work 2 walks in the last game. Rooker has been ice cold, but numbers have been good against righties. Man. Okay. Let's get through Volpe first, and then I'll make that decision. Volpe does squeak one through into field there. Okay, so Shelley up to bat. And this could be a scenario where we look to bunt here, maybe, with 2 chances, Santana, Martinez. I mean, I don't think we do that. Gamble has been the better hitter overall and would be a better fielder than Rooker, I think. So I think we bring him into pinch hit. Yeah, just hope that he doesn't hit under the double play as Volpe takes off, and now we're out of the double play situation. Winning run in scoring position. We got 3 shots to bring him home. Let's make this game not go into extras, please. I would like that to end as Gamble strikes out. Okay. Santana and Martinez up. Still, Munoz at 13 pitches. Santana steps in. He hits a soft grounder. That does advance the runner, but we are now at 2 outs. Still, Martinez, it has been our best hitter so far in this game and this series. 2 for 3. Let's see what he can do. Can he be the hero? Bring in Volpe. Avoid this game going to extra innings. It's a sharp grounder to the third baseman. That's going to be the third out. As we get going into extra innings. Oh, God. Okay. So, Gamble will have to stay in and play right field. We'll bring him in to play left. And Martinez will shift over to right. Hill's still in. He's at 14 pitches. I'm going to leave him in through the bottom of the lineup here. He will face Cowrally. He will face Jimenez and Cunningham. And then maybe DePaula will look to see what we do after that. Yeah, this is just a demoralizing game to go into extras. 4-run 9th inning. Bringing Griffin Jacks to try and get his confidence back. He allows 2 consecutive home runs. I mean, he just might be cooked for the series. Like, I don't know how you can trust him in a save situation anymore after blowing 3 straight saves. As they do bring in Fulford to pinch hit, their backup catcher. As he hits one sharply, that's fairly deep, but PCA out there goes down. And Fitzgerald will pinch hit against Deshaun Hill. I'm going to leave him in there. Strikes him out. Alright, so nothing there. It's a 1-2-3 inning. Still have a chance to win it in the bottom of the 9th with Keyshaw, Baldwin, Montero due up to bat. I think we could look to pinch hit Brent Rooker for somebody here. Maybe Montero. But then you lose out on his defense. And Montero didn't have an official at bat. I forget what happened. It might have been a fielder's choice maybe for him the last time out. Let's see Keyshaw hit a home run, and then it doesn't matter. Keyshaw does hit a fly ball, and that will drop down. It's a base hit. Leadoff runner is on. Winning run at first base. Baldwin up to the plate. he hits one also into left field. That's deep enough where, yeah, that's going to be the runner over to second. And Baldwin with the stand-up double, winning run out third. Anything outside of the infield should win it, with Montero, Coffey, Armstrong up to bat. Montero just 1 for 7 in the playoffs. Rooker has been better throughout the season, but has been ice cold in the playoffs so far. I also look to bring in Bodine as a pinch hitter, but I think we just let Montero hit. We'll see what he can do. As he hits a ground ball to the left-hand side that's shallow enough that they can't score. And Montero is cut down. It's 1 away, and Coffey will step up to bat. I wonder if they intentionally walked him here to set on a double play. Nope, they pitched to him. Coffey strikes out. My God. Okay, so runners at second and third now with 2 outs. PCA, can he be the hero? Because that's a ground ball to the second baseman. He cannot be the hero. Second and third, nobody out, and failed to score the winning run. Dasan Hill will stay in to face DePaula and maybe Austin. Really didn't want this to go into extras, deep into extras anyway. Dasan Hill at 25 pitches, he will face Austin. Then I'll think about what to do against Emerson. That's strike 3. He's not 29 pitches. Emerson, I think we bring in a fresh arm for Emerson. Whoever is best against lefties. And that'll be Ryan Fernandez, who we haven't used yet in this game. Yeah, he will be the play. As he induces a soft ground on the first pitch, and that's an out. So again, now we have the top of the order up. I just want this game to end. Volpe hits it into left field. Okay, so the winning run is on. Volpe also a threat to steal. Could look to bunt here with Gamble, but I hate sack bunting, so I'm not going to do that. This Gamble pays off. It makes my confidence in him pay off with a single into left. Now the winning run is at second, nobody out. Part of our order due up. We've got to get him home here. Oh, and the pop-up just ruined that as Santana hits one into right field. That will score the winning run. We walk it off. Santana is the hero here as we win the bottom of the 11. My God, look at all these achievements. Oh, you can't see them. Team effort, contact meeting, batting around. I don't sim many games, or play many games outside of sim, so any games here that, like, yeah, go any kind of achievement. I think we just got 4 at the last at bat there. So dramatic game 3. We give up 4 runs in the 9th inning in what was a comfortable lead. Jax just absolutely falls apart. He's I think done as our closer for the series. Like, he is almost an 8 ERA. Snyder allows 2 as well. I think some of those were put on by Jax, if I remember correctly. No, inherited runners scored only D. Hill. So Snyder also struggling a bit. Fernandez comes in and gets 1 clutch out. 1 pitch, 1 out, I believe. Yeah. D. Hill has been great. He pitched 2 innings of scoreless relief. Bourgeois has been decent. Correa has been decent. Our bullpen, which has been pretty good throughout the season. Yeah, and Bautista, no earned runs in this game. He did give up the 1 run, but that was due to an error, I believe, and 2 walks, 4 strikeouts. You'll take that. Should have been over in regular innings. Should have never gone to extras, but can't be sad about still pulling out the win in that game. Brian Bautista, your player of the game. as Martinez continues to stay hot. He's 2 for 4. Zapata has a 2 for 3 game. We did pinch hit for him for defensive purposes in what I thought was going to be the last inning of the game. Coffey and Armstrong each had a hit. Let's see if they can keep that up. Volpe 3 for 6. Yeah, he'll stay. He's staying hot. Whew. What a game. All right. We are now up 2-1 in the series as we head to game 4. And you can see all the achievements I just got. Contact inning, batting around, team effort, walk it off. All right. 6 hits in an inning, batting around in an inning, team effort, 6 runs scored in an inning, and then walk it off. Obviously, the walk-off hit from Santana. So, all right. That was game 3. Let's go on to game 4. Game 4 ready to start here as we just took a 2-1 lead after that 11-inning marathon in the last game. We'll have to see how this one goes. As we shift our lineup around a little bit more, just based on who's hot, who's not. But largely the same right-handed lineup as before. Volpe leading off, Keyshaw batting in the 2 slot. He's been doing well as of late. He's going to keep getting starts. Zapata at 3, Martinez at 4. He's been far and away our best hitter. He's got a 1.2 OPS so far in the playoffs. He's going to keep getting starts as long as he's hot. Baldwin at 5. Perdomo has fallen off a little bit after going 0 for 4 in the last game. Still injured as well, but he'll slot in at number 6. Santana also has been a bit cold recently. 1 for 6 and 2 for 6 in his last 2 games, but still doing well overall. Coffey and Armstrong both struggling offensively, but both better than the alternatives, I think. So they will get starts at DH and center field. Brent Rooker is just like, I don't know if he'll see the field again this series. And our bullpen, by the way, is in rough shape as well. 1 second. All right, sorry about that. The classic air conditioning turning on in the middle of when I'm talking. You can see our bullpen is in rough shape. I did go with a 12-man bullpen, by the way, over 13. Second guessing that decision a little bit now, especially with how some of our bench has not really contributed. Would we be better off without Montero or Rooker on the roster and another pitcher in this game 4? You could make the argument that yes, we would be. We need Jackson Ferris to come in and have a great game, which he did against Detroit. 6 2/3 scoreless innings, only allowing 1 hit, 2 walks, striking out 6. So if we get another similar performance from him today, I'd be very happy with that. We also have Landon Rupp, who has not pitched yet in the playoffs, so he might get some time today. Cam Leiter, Fernandez, both relatively rested and ready to go. Person that will not get time for us today is Griffin Jacks, not only because he's exhausted, but because he's also blown 2 saves and pretty much blew the save here and was bailed out by our offense later on. He's been shockingly bad in this series so far for someone who had been a great closer for us throughout the year. 2.64 ERA. His FIP was a little on the high side, but not even that high. I mean, again, small sample size, and we're facing a very, very good offensive team. You could see OOTP thinks that the matchup wise, they have the edge at 6 of the 9 lineup spots here. And one of the places it says that we have an edge is against Sal Stewart, who's been, I think, their hottest hitter throughout the playoffs. So, largely the same lineup top to bottom. We are facing Rhett Lauder, who, hasn't put up great numbers so far this year as a starter. Although his last start, he did only allow 1 earned run against the Yankees. Yeah, hopefully we can get to him today. You know, it's our number 4 starter, Ferris, who has been good, but the underlying numbers are questionable, so we'll see. We got a good start from him last time out. Let's see if he does it again. As we do have a 2-1 lead. It's game 4. You know, we'd love to take this game and go up 3-1 in the series versus, you know, letting them tie it up 2-2. And first batter does get on it as Cole Emerson hits a single into left field. RJ Austin up to the plate. So he hits one deep-ish, but right at Zapata. Zapata brings it down. Emerson is a threat to steal. 1 second. Alright, sorry about that. It is actually the next day, and we had just gotten into this game. Okay, so, yeah, we had Emerson on with 1 out, and Encarnacion Strand on the plate. Okay, so, let's see. Oh, as Emerson runs and steals. Alright. He has a threat to steal. Now he's in scoring position, so let's see how this goes. Encarnacion Strand hits one hard, but oh my god. Right towards Zapata, but he muffs it. Okay, and that sends Emerson to third. Now first and third, we just went out. Cal rally up to the plate. Let's see if we can get out of this jam. As Rally sends one to the shallow right field, as Zapata throws one in, and shallow enough where he cannot tag and score. So now 2 outs. Man at first and third, South Stewart up. He's been hot. Let's see if we can get him out here. As he hits one to the side, third base side, and it does get through for a second. That's going to score at least 1 run. And yeah, and they let him advance to second on trying to get out at third. So now 2 in scoring position for Josue De Paula. He strikes out. Okay. So the damage is limited to just 1 run. Could have been worse. Brett Lauder up. He was not particularly amazing throughout the season. Let's hope we can get to him here today. We're going to need to since we're already down 1-0. So, Volpe up. He's been one of our hottest hitters, batting leadoff for us. And he leaped one off with a single to center field. That's how he works. Volpe also a threat to steal. Keyshawn up. And he hits it to the shortstop. Oh, second baseman drops the ball. Throws off target into the outfield. So they don't get the double play. They don't even get 1 out. And now we've got first and second. Nobody out for Zapata. So he hits another ball to the shortstop. They're not going to miss that one. Yeah, that turns the double play. So now all of a sudden, man at third, 2 outs. But we do have Steven Martinez up. He's been our best hitter throughout this series so far. Let's see what he can do. And he strikes out on 3 pitches. Okay, well, that was a disappointing inning, but, you know, still 1-0. Still a close game. John Cruz steps up. We got 3 lefties in a row. Let's see Ferris put him down all in a row. That's what I want to see. There's 1 down on strikes. Jimenez hits one to shallow right field. That's playable for Zapata. No issues there. That's 2. And Casey Cunningham. He hits one to the gap, and man, Casey Cunningham not their best hitter, but he's been decent, I guess, in these situations so far as he hits a double with 2 outs. Alright, and he is speedy, so I don't think they'll probably look to steal third here, but Emerson back up to the plate. Because he hits one to shallow right field, and that will drop in for a base hit. And Cunningham with the speed will score, and it's now 2-0. Man, not great. Nice diving stop there by Perdomo. Oh, but the ball is fumbled. Oh my god, just errors today, killing us as Encarnacion Strand steps up, and that's deep. and gone. My God, it's falling apart. These errors. Brutal error leading to a 3-run homer. 5-0 now. As Rowley will step in. Yeah, 5 runs so far. Only 1 is earned. Ooh. Well, now we really need to get to louder sooner rather than later. As Baldwin strikes out on 3 pitches. Perdomo strikes out. And Santana hits one. That might hang up enough, and that's to the gap. Okay, so we have some life here as Santana hits a double. Love to try and cut this lead down, even just a little bit. Cutter Coffee up to the plate. He's been not our best hitter, but let's see if he can come in clutch here as he strikes out. Okay, never mind. Ferris will stay in the game. He's only at 44 pitches, and like I said, a lot of the runs not necessarily his fault. He did give up the home run, but it shouldn't have been a situation in the first place. As DePaula steps in, he hits a grounder to the second baseman. 2 down, and Cruz will step in. He's over today. He strikes out. Okay, so Ferris gets out. First inning without any runs scored. We needed one of those as Crow Armstrong will step in. He has not been great in this series or the playoffs in general so far, and he stays pretty ice cold here as the throw to first retires him for out number 1. All right, Volpe back up to the plate. As Volpe sends one to left, but it hangs up enough for Cruz to catch it. That's 2 outs, and Keyshaw reached on an error last time. That's also straight to the left field. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, still 5-0. Ferris face Jimenez and Cunningham. Then we're back to the top of the order. Strike 3. Nice job striking out on the full count there. Cunningham sends one to the outfield, but that's playable for Zapata. 2 outs. And Emerson, 2 for 2 today. It is the lefty-lefty matchup. I'm going to leave him in against Emerson. And that ball does find the outfield, so he's 3 for 3 today. Let's see if we can get Austin out. He's 0 for 2 today. He hits one. That is playable for both. Okay, so we get out of the inning without any more damage. It's another scoreless inning. Still, Ferris has thrown a decent amount of pitches so far. I don't know how I feel about sending him back out there for the 5th. Yeah, we'll have to see. Zapata hits one right to the right fielder. That's 1 out. Martinez, 0 for 1 today. He hits one. Slow dribbler to the third baseman. Yeah, bats have gone cold at the worst time here. Strike 3. All right, and that's a strikeout there. All right, Ferris at 72 pitches. I think I'm going to leave him in to start this inning. If any runners get on, he'll be done for the day. Let's pop up. Yeah, our bullpen is a bit taxed, so we'd like Ferris to go at least 5. Yeah, again, if he can get past Rowley and Stewart, there is a left-handed stretch at the bottom of their lineup. Maybe he can come back out for the 6th. But, 4-pitch walk is not what I want to see. Okay, so think we do go to our bullpen here. And I think we're going to go to Cam Leiter. He will step in to face Stewart. Ideally get a few innings out of him. As he does induce the ground ball, that could be 2. There's 1. Throw over to first, and Keyshaw gets the double play. All right. It's a 4-6-3 double play, I believe. As Perdomo steps in. Yeah, louder. We'd like our bats to be a bit louder against him. He's only allowed 2 hits and struck out 5 so far, which is, not ideal. As we do hit another one in the short right field, so Perdomo's on. Santana 1 for 1 so far. Let's see what the bottom of our order can do. If Santana hits one, that's likely a double play. No, they don't. They just get the out first. Okay, so it does at least move the runner over. Domo's at second, and now Coffee and Crow Armstrong have 2 chances to get him in. 2 of our coldest bats in the lineup. As Coffee hits one. All right, he comes through, hitting one into center field. Will they send him around third? No, they will not. So we've got first to third with 1 out. All right, PCA, let's see what he can do here. And he hits one to the outfield. That's playable, but it's deep enough where that should score a run. No, they don't tag. Oh my god. Okay. I don't know why you test that with 2 outs. Okay, that must have been more shallow than it appeared in the graphic, because not trying to score there with 2 outs is just crazy to me. Full pay pops it up. Yeah, you've got to try to get runs where you can. I should maybe turn on base running decisions. I don't want to have to make every decision, but like that was an obvious send there, and I don't understand it. All right, Leiter comes back out. He'll face the bottom of the order here. As DePaula hits a dribbler with first base, that's no problem for Keyshaw. Crew steps in, and he hits him on the 0-2 pitch. Okay, that's not great. Jimenez steps in. 2-0 pitch, and that's to right field, but playable for Zapata, no problem. All right, 2 outs. And that's going to go straight to Martinez. All right, so 1, 2, 3. No, not 1, 2, 3. He hit again. All right. Brett Lauder still out there. Yeah, we just need something going here. Doesn't really feel like much is going our way. All right, Zapata does get a hit. 5 runs down. We're not going to look to do any pinch running or pinch hitting yet. We'll see here, especially with Martinez up to bat. Like, he's been our best hitter, but he's been cold today, because he's, I think, 0 for 3 now. As Baldwin steps in, he's 0 for 2. And that could find the gap, and it does find the outfield at least. Let's see. As, yeah, Baldwin does get a double here. It's deep enough where we do get around out of it. Nice job by Baldwin, cutting the lead down to 4. Okay. Perdomo will step in. And that looked outside the play. Yeah, Raleigh might have stolen a strike. Even from here, that looked like a ball, but, you know, I'm not the umpire, I guess. Leiter up to face the top of the order here. Let's see what he can do. I'm planning on leaving him in, barring some drastic happenings here, as Emerson gets in with a stand-up double. Okay, that's not ideal. start the inning. Still Leiter's inning here, though. As Austin hits one right to Volpe, that's no problem. 1 out. Ignacio Strand, he's 1 for 3 today. And that's a strike 3. All right, let's see if we can get out of this without any damage as Leiter steps in to face Raleigh. And he walks him on 4 pitches. Okay. South Stewart, one of their hottest hitters. I feel like I say it every time he comes up to the plate. He's 1 for 3 today. Leiter will face him. Let's go. A balk called on Leiter. Okay. Well, then this decision's easy. We're going to walk Stewart and put DePaula up, who's 0 for 3 today, and bring in a lefty to face him. You know, our lefties are all tired. It'd be Hill or Bourgeois, but I think, yeah, I mean, we're still kind of trying to keep this game under control, so, yeah, we're going to do this. And bring in Bourgeois to face the bottom of their order. And get game options back, pitching strategy back to the AI. All right. As he does hit it, and it finds the outfield. All right, so the intentional walk does not pay off as DePaula gets his first hit of the game. 2 RBIs, and it's now 7-1. Brutal. And there's the strikeout that we needed the last time. All right. Well, Brett Lauder still in the game. Let's see if we can at least knock him out here and get to their bullpen. He's at 89 pitches. Bat's just doing nothing. I mean, we have 6 hits today to their 8, but the 2 errors just brutal, and their hits have come at really opportune times too. I mean, you could second guess the intentional walk, I guess, but I think after the balk, putting him on with first base open to get to an 0 for 3 hitter, like, I think that just makes sense when you only need 1 out. Yeah. I mean, I basically stopped commenting on the game, but there's not much to comment on right here. There's just lots of outs. Yeah, just not a great performance. As Bourgeois will stay in to face Jimenez and Cunningham, maybe Emerson. I don't know. That's a base hit. Okay. They need more of those. Oh, that could be a potential double play. Nope, never mind. Do get the out at second. Emerson up. He'll face Bourgeois, and then I'll bring in maybe Ropp. Ropp hasn't pitched yet, and this is a great time to do it as Emerson stays hot. I think he's 4 for 4 so far today. So that might score another run. No, Cunningham hustles to third. No, he's 5 for 5. Okay. Yeah, he's had an amazing game. Single-handedly almost won this game for them. Yeah, we're going to bring in Ropp. He hasn't pitched yet. It's like garbage time pitching, essentially. Even with, men on, we're going to see what he can do. I'm not going to bother intentionally walking here. As we give up the run for the out. It's 8-1. Ignacio Strand pops it up, and that's playable. All right, so we need an absolute miracle here. You have to imagine Brett Lauder's day is done, and it is. He went 7 strong innings, only allowing 1 run. Max Meyer will step in for Seattle against Volpe, who does have a hit today, but yeah, we need yeah, basically an absolute miracle to actually come back and win this game. And that's not a great way to start it, as Volpe hits it right to the second baseman. That's one out. Keyshaw is 0 for 3 today. As he hits one with solid contact, but I think that's playable for their left fielder, and it is. Another one down. It's a little dribbler up in front of the mound. Will they get up and throw it to first in time? No, Zapata gets an infield hit. Okay, that's something. Let's see if we can cut the lead down a little bit here. Don't need to get it all back, but probably would need to score a few this inning. Martinez going yard. He's 0 for 3 today. That would solve a lot of problems. But no, that's going to just be an out to the second baseman. Yeah. You know, we're getting hits, but we're not stringing them together. This Rock will stay in to face Rowley and Stewart. Probably stay in this whole inning. I mean, barring him getting absolutely gassed, I think this is his inning to go. As Martinez makes a nice catch. All right. Stewart up. And Rock does get the ground ball here. And Dickwall up. Had a clutch hit last time up to really put this game out of reach. Ball 4, he gets on. Okay. Cruz will be up against Rock. As they're stealing up 7 runs. I'm tempted to throw at him for that. That's, no, we won't do that. But, come on. John Cruz strikes out. We get out of the inning without any more runs allowed. And we need a 7-run ninth to stay in this game. Drake Baldwin will step in. He's 1 for 3 today. And he gets a leadoff walk. Okay. Like I said, I'm not going to bother pinch hitting or pinch running. Like, we need everything here. Alright, where do we look to pinch hit? I mean, PCA's been ice cold if it gets to him. Coffee at least has a hit today. Domo has a hit today. I think Santana has a hit today. So yeah, if it gets to PCA, we'll pinch hit for him. But other than that, I'm going to just let it ride with how we've got it here. Perdomo hits the 3-2 pitch. That induces the double play, and this game is basically over. I mean, it was basically over a long time ago, but now it's officially over. Okay, put me out of my misery, please. Okay, so the series is now tied 2-2. As, yeah, I don't really want to dwell too much on this one. Ferris, 5 runs allowed, but only 1 earned. Those errors were killer. Emerson ties the AL playoff game record for hits with 5. Yeah, he had an incredible game. He might earn some intentional walks in his future. Like, that's... Yeah, if we have a good opportunity to intentionally walk him, we probably will. Like, that's... He's hitting, like, Barry Bonds up here. I mean... Not quite Barry Bonds numbers, but Bondsian at the very least. Yeah, and Carl Armstrong stays ice cold. Most of our lineup did at least have 1 hit today. Martinez strangely had 0. And Keyshaw had been doing well. He also went 0 for 4 today, so maybe looking to shake things up again going into Game 5. Game 5 is a crucial... I mean, they're all must-win games, but we don't want to go back to Seattle down 3-2. We want to be up 3-2 and just have to win one of those games. We also wish we would have gotten to Rhett Lauder, forced them to use a bit more bullpen arms than just Max Meyer, but, you know, we didn't end up using much ourselves, just Leiter, Bourgeois, and Robb, so we'll have most of our bullpen healthy for Game 5. after the, I believe, 11 inning affair that was game four. Um, yeah, I think that was the case. As the scoreboard is odd here. All right, but yeah, I think we go on to game five. Okay, into game five here now. Did a little messing with the lineup here. We'll see how this lineup goes here. A few tweaks and changes. I'll just run down here. Volpe will stay in the leadoff spot. He's been doing well there. He's been one of our best hitters. I'd like to keep him there. I did get Bodine in at catcher today to give Drake Baldwin a rest, but I want to get Baldwin's bat in the lineup here, so he'll be our DH today, batting second. Keyshaw will remain at first. Martinez in left field, Zapata in right field, Santana at short. And then Cutter Coffey's going to play third today in place of Perdomo. Perdomo's got 1 day left on his hamstring injury, and he's cooled off a bit of late as well. While Coffey has started to maybe pick up his average a little bit with, 2 hits in his last 5 at-bats, and maybe, getting him a little bit more playing time will get him going a little more compared to, how he was earlier in the season. And then PCA will stay in the 9 spot because he's still been pretty cold, but I want him in for his defense in center field. So, and it is game 5. We've got our ace back on the mound, Gavin Jones. He did have a little bit of a disappointing outing his last time up. Not bad by any means, but, 6 hits, 3 earned runs over 4 innings. Not what you'd hope for, I think, from your ace. We did end up losing that game. That one, if you recall, I believe that was game 1 where Jax gave up the walk-off homer to lose. Yeah, that's still still a sore subject, I think. Their lineup looks largely the same. They do have a lot of left-handed bats in their lineup against the left-handed pitchers, so hopefully we can take advantage of that, although Colt Emerson batting leadoff. He was 5 for 5 in the last game. He is still a very, very dangerous hitter. And, Sal Stewart has been consistently hot. He's had a hit in every single game so far. In the last 5, at least 1 hit, if not multiple. Those are their most dangerous batters. Cal Raleigh, can't count him out. RJ Austin, they continue to bat second, even though he's been, has a 190 on base percentage in the playoffs. So I don't quite get that strategy, but I'll take it, I guess. So this is our last game in Oakland, so we'd like to win this one. I mean, obviously you want to win them all, but it's much better going to Seattle up 3-2 versus down 3-2. So let's see how we can do here in game 5. So we'll get into it. Game 5 of the round 3. Yeah, I'll make a list of things I need to do in the off season. One would be, update. We still see Sutter Health Park in the background, and that is. I did update the dimensions, but I should just find a custom Oakland Coliseum stadium and import that instead, so that this looks a little more authentic. But for now we're playing here, as we did get Emerson out on the first at bat, which is good. That is not something we managed to do at all in the last game, so I'm very happy to see that, and strike out in the second at bat of the game for Austin as he remains cold. Incarnation Strand does hit that, and it does find right field. It just squeaks through a gap in the bullpen. We do have a man on 2 out with Hard Rally up to the plate as he hits one, and that finds center field. So first and second, I assume. No, he goes for third as throw to third is off, and then he tries to advance to second on the play, and they cut him down. So some base running errors there. Taking third, not necessarily the worst idea, but you don't want to be the last out of the inning on a base running error like that. So we get out of it despite allowing 2 hits, and Volpe will lead it off for us here. is Atencio on the mound. I guess I didn't look at him very much. I don't know. Is this his first start of the series? No, he won. I think that he was their game 1 pitcher, and we, did pretty well against him. 10 hits, 4 runs, 3 earned runs. I'd love to see a similar line tonight, but so far we start off with him out. Drake Baldwin will bat second today, and he stays hitting well as he hits that 3-2 pitch into right field. Nice job by him getting on. Keyshaw will come up to bat. Keyshaw hits one that does drop into center field, so we got first and second now with just 1 out. Steven Martinez, who's been our hottest batter overall in the playoffs, he did go hitless in the last game, but we'd love to see him get a hit here, probably score a run off of that, as he hits one to left field, but that'll hang up enough for the left fielder. Cruz, no problem, and Gian Zapata steps in. He's also hit well in the playoffs here, as he swings away on 3-0 and right to the left fielder again, Cruz. So again, despite allowing 2 hits, we kind of mirror each other here in the first inning. No runs despite 2 hits. Sal Stewart steps up and he hits it well to center field, but right at PCA, no problem for him. And DePaula steps in. And he hits that. That might go into the gap, but PCA does chase that one down, fires it back in, but not going to be in time to stop DePaula from getting doubles. So he's on second with just 1 out. John Cruz up to bat. As he goes for the steal at third, he's safe. Okay, so now any fly ball will score the run. And you have to imagine that every run will matter here. As changeup upside, strike 3. Bodine pulled that pitch into strike zone. Nice framing there. He is pretty good at framing runs, at least from his overall stats. So nice job there. 2 outs now with Jimenez in the batter's box. As he hits one, but that's right to Santana. Should be no problems there. Jimenez retired. So 1 hit, but no runs, as Santana will step in against Atencio. And he hits that one well. Is that going to drop down? No, it does hang up enough for their center fielder, Austin, to grab it. Bodine will step in. He's a switch hitter, so he'll hit from the left-hand side. He's done well across limited opportunities in the playoffs here. Trying to get him more playing time and get our starting catcher Baldwin some rest here as well. Doesn't do much on his at-bat. Cutter Coffee, let's see if he can manage to get a hit here. He does strike out. Okay, so Coffee, like to see him a little more effective at the plate, but, there's other players that aren't hitting super well either. As Cunningham hits that one fairly deep, but that's going to be playable for Martinez. Back up to the top of the order, Emerson, always a dangerous hitter. And that one doesn't make it out of the infield, thankfully, as Volpe tracks it down. Austin back up to bat. He's 0 for 1. Let's see if we can go 1, 2, 3 here. And we can. All right, Keyshaw gets it. Let's see how it goes in order. First time not allowing a hit this game. Let's see what PCA can do with it. As he hits one, that looks like it'll drop down for a hit, and it will. Nice job getting on. He's very speedy. You have to imagine he's always a threat to steal. And he does take off. Gets a great jump. Doesn't even bother with the throw. So now PCA puts himself in scoring position with no outs. And Volpe, top of our order, up the plate. As Volpe hits it to the shortstop, that'll be an out, but PCA does advance to third on that. So Baldwin, anything out of the infield you imagine would probably score him. As he doesn't get it out of the infield, but it is deep enough where the run does score. And that's the first run of the game. We're up 1-0. Nice job there, getting the runner in, making contact. Let's see, Keyshaw steps in with 2 outs. As he hits that one fairly deep, is that going to be playable? No, It is a nice job by Keyshawn. Solo 2-0. Alright, let's see if we can get into Atencio here as Martinez steps in. As he hits a little dribbler to the third base side. That should be playable for the third baseman, Stewart. Yeah, no problems there. But we do get on the board. We're up 2-0. Gavin Jones, he's allowed 3 hits, struck out 2 so far today across 3 innings. And he's allowed another hit, so we're up to 4 hits now. Yeah, 4 hits for Seattle. He's got 43 pitches, so still doing fine pitch count-wise and managing to get out of these jams, but you don't like allowing the base runners to here, as this could be 2. Santana flips it to Volpe, and they get Raleigh by half a step, so nice job inducing the double play there. Getting the base pass empty for Sal Stewart, who is dangerous, but not so dangerous on this at bat as he flies out to Martinez. So he faces the minimum despite allowing a hit, and he gets out of it again. As Zapata will step in for us here. Zapata hits one, and that should find the outfield. I don't know if that's deep enough for extra bases. No, it looks like he will stop it first. But he is also a threat to steal. Santana after that. Ooh, Santana, that looks like it'll find the corner for extra bases. That could score a run as it bounces around the bit. Let's see how long they take to get it back into the infield as Santana goes for second. Zapata does get held at third. We have second and third with nobody out, and Bodine up to the plate. He did get out his first time up. Let's see if he can knock in a run or 2 here. Oop, the ball does squirt away from the catcher, but they keep it in front of him. As Bodine, in the 2-0 pitch, hits it straight to the second baseman, but again, they go for the out over the run, and that does score another run. It's 3-0 on the fielder's choice there. Cutter Coffee will step in. Let's see if he can do the same thing here. That one is to the outfield, but that should be deep enough where that should score on the sac fly. And Santana does indeed score, so nice job by Coffee. Productive outs here. Scoring 2 runs on 2 outs. You don't mind that at this point in the game. As PCA hits that one fairly deep, will that stay in the yard? No, it will not. PCA with a solo showing off his power. And they do pull Atencio after that, and we're to their bullpen here in the 4th inning as Volpe will step in. Bryce Miller takes the mound for them. So his day is done after allowing 5 runs on 7 hits. Yeah, let's see if we can knock him around a bit more here. Any lead we can get here is welcome, as Volpe does manage to draw the walk. See if we can keep this inning going. Drake Baldwin as Volpe looks to steal, and no throw from Raleigh, so Volpe gets himself in a scoring position. Let's see what Baldwin can do on a 3-2 pitch. He does put the ball in play, but that looks playable for the shortstop. Yeah, and that is the 3rd out of the inning. Cunningham to Encarnacion and Strand. But 3 runs on 3 hits. We're now up 5-0 as Gavin Jones will step back in. Only at 48 pitches and now with a bit of a cushion, so he'll get a bit of leeway here. Although he does walk the leadoff batter, you don't like to see that. Let's see what he can do against John Cruz as he does look to steal. Oh, he's out by a mile. Nice job nailing him there by Bodine, gunning the runner down. Cruz will step back in with 2 strikes. And he does hit it well to the outfield, but foul. Okay. Alright, so 0-2 again. 1-2 now. As that gets hit fairly well, but playable for Zapata. No problem. 2 outs, and Jimenez steps in. And he strikes out. Nice job there by Jones. He keeps getting base runners and keeps getting me out of jams. Like, I'll take that. Nice job by him so far today. Keyshaw will step in against Bryce Miller. And he does strike out. Okay. Not a great pitch to strike out on there, but I'll take it as Martinez strikes out. He's 0 for 3 today. Zapata will step in. He's 1 for 2. Make that 2 for 3. Nice job hitting the ball in the center field. Zapata is a mild threat to steal. Let's see if they look to run here against Raleigh and Miller. No, Santana strikes out to end the inning. So they don't allow anything despite giving up the hit. Gavin Jones still at 61 pitches. He will face Cunningham and Emerson. I think he's got a 5-run cushion, so I think we're going to ride him for a bit. Yeah, so he strikes out. He's still looking good. That's his 4th strikeout today. Only allowed 4 hits, no runs, 1 walk. Yeah, we're going to give him a bit of leeway with a 5-run lead, although Emerson does find the outfield there. And Austin still ice cold, 0 for 2. Make that 0 for 3 as he strikes out on 3 pitches. And Emerson will step in to face Nicholas Strand with 2 outs. And that's pulled, but straight to the third baseman. Oh, but the bad throw. Coffey goes, yeah, it's the outfield. Over to second goes Emerson. So now first and second with 2 outs. Rowley will step in, batting right. As he hits that one deep, that could be trouble. And it is. Okay, so the cushion's pretty much gone now for Gavin Jones, but we're going to see if we can at least get out of the inning here. That ball's put in play, but right to Volpe. So our lead is cut to just 2 runs off the 3-run homer by Stewart, by Raleigh, sorry. Yeah, I'd have liked to keep that cushion, but what can you do? I don't think taking him out was the right move there. You just gotta let that go. As Cutter Coffey hits one down the left field line, that should be extra bases. Nice job by him. Maybe starting to get his bat rolling a little bit again. Both Coffey and PCA have hits now in this game. In fact, PCA is 2 for 2 with a home run. Definitely getting his numbers up so far. Let's see if we can make it 3 for 3. Because that one looks like potentially, yes, it is extra bases. That's going to score another run. As PCA slides into second. Coffey scores. Yeah, double for PCA. So it is 6 to 3 now. We have a 3-run lead again. And Volpe will step in with PCA in scoring position, just 1 out. And that's it fairly well to center field, but Austin does manage to track that down. Baldwin will step in. 3 for 2, but he pops it up, and that should be no trouble for the catcher. Raleigh putting it down. As we head to the 7th, Gavin Jones still at 82 pitches. With a 3-run lead, we're going to be a little more cautious with him, but we're going to let him start this inning at least, see how the next few batters go. As DePaula hits it well, but right at the right fielder, Zapata, no problem, 1 out. We do have a string of lefties here. I think we will, as that potentially is extra bases. Yeah, he does go for second base there, and he does successfully make it in, so we got a runner in scoring position now. I think we're going to leave Jones in to face Jimenez. And then we'll see where he's at pitch count-wise. He is starting to reach the end of his day. He's at 90 pitches. If Jimenez might be his last batter. If he stays in, Cunningham would for sure be his last batter. As Jimenez works the 3-2 count. Jones at 97 pitches. With 2 outs, I think you'd give him the chance to get out of this here. This would be his last batter, no matter what, though. As Cunningham puts it in play, but straight to the center fielder. Nice job by Jones. He allowed the 3-run homer, but other than that, 7 hits. He did a good job today. Went 7 strong innings, gave our bullpen some much-needed rest. And we'll have to figure out who in the bullpen is going to get up next for us, but that'll be a problem for next inning as Keyshaw lines out to the third baseman. Martinez, he has not had a hit today as that gets popped up. Oh! DePaula races hard. He flew across the field there to make that catch as Zapata. Every time that happens, it just amuses me every time. Zapata draws the walk there, and Santana will step in as they bring in Jose Soriano. And that's a little never in front of the plate, but Soriano throws it to first. Santana manages to leg out an infield hit. Nice job by him there, keeping the inning alive. Bodine will step in. He's 0 for 3 today. I don't really want to pinch hit catcher, though, since Baldwin is our DH today, so Bodine will take this one and not do much of anything with it as he fouls it off. He's gotten the chance to kind of do something here and not doing much with it, so we'll see how much playing time he gets the rest of the series. Gavin Jones right at 100 pitches. His day is done. Let's see. So looking at postseason splits, Hill has done well. Correa has done well. Griffin Jacks has not done well. He's normally who we go to in these spots. But again, I've also used my best pitchers in some of the highest leverage spots. But I think Hill makes sense to put in here against the lefty Emerson, who is their most dangerous hitter. So we'll see Hill come in, and then maybe look to bring in a righty against some of the other batters in their lineup. But definitely want the lefty-lefty matchup against Emerson because he's their most dangerous hitter, and he shows it there as it's hit well, but right to the right fielder, 1 out. RJ Austin, Hill will face him. So that hit is hit to the outfield, but playable for Martinez. No issues there. 2 outs. And step in against Encarnacion Strong. So that hits fairly well, but foul. Alright, so it's 2-2 now. Hill will step in against Encarnacion Strand. He does strike him out to end the inning. Nice job there by Hill. Going 1-2-3. Yeah, against a tough part of their, well, Emerson's tough, at least. The other two, well, Austin for sure. Raleigh, Stewart, DePaula will be a tough stretch. Yeah, let's see what we want to do here. Cutter Coffee 1 for 2 today. He'll bat. Coffee manages to hold up and draw the walk, so nice job by him. Let's see. Do we want to do any kind of running shenanigans here? I don't know. I don't think we have anyone particularly speedy. I mean, Wade Shelley's fairly speedy. Go for that insurance run, I guess. And we'll want to put our defensive lineup in anyway, which probably would not include Cutter Coffee, so I'm okay with that. Shelley will come in to pinch run for Coffee, and then Armstrong will be up here. So I need to figure out who will take the 9th against Raleigh, Stewart, DePaula. It's not going to be Jax. As Shelley was on the move, but that is ball 4. So now first and second, nobody out, and Volpe up to bat. Ooh, he is hitless so far and still hitless today. Baldwin will step in, as he hits it fairly well, and the runners are going, so that it finds the gap. That could score 2. As is, let's see, yeah, hops to the wall. It's an easy stand-up double. Yeah, so second and third and one out with Keyshaw up to bat. He does have a home run today. He's 2 for 4. Let's see what he can do here against Soyan. He hits one to the right side of the infield that will go to first for the out, but again scores a run. Nice job with the productive out there to the right-hand side of the infield. And Martinez 0 for 4 today. Maybe we'll look to pinch hit for him, even though he's been our hottest hitter. I'll let him hit for himself, just because of what he's done in the rest of the series, and he does not pay off my faith in him as he strikes out. He's gone cold all of a sudden. I think he's 0 for his last 9, something like that. Yeah, not great. Position ratings, let's see. So Shelley will come into play right field, and then between Zapata and Martinez is the better fielder, so he'll stay in. And then at third, we'll bring in Montero. And let's see. As we now have a 5-run lead, I think I'll bring in we could let DeSanto keep pitching here. I mean, he did go scoreless here. But Fernandez threw just one pitch. I think I'll bring in Fernandez. Let me see who's good against the lefties as well. Hill and Fernandez. Yeah, so Fernandez kind of been our best all-around pitcher. I'll just put him in to face. I forgot to actually set Montero's position right there. Okay. So we're good here with a defensive lineup in. I mean, defensive lineup up 5 runs, but it is the playoffs. I don't particularly mind. Fernandez comes in to get 3 outs. Not a safe situation, as he induces the pop-up. That's playable for Shelley. No issues there. 1 out. Sal Stewart, the batter. For count, he hits that to right center, but that should be playable as well for Shelley. 2 outs. They're down to their final out. Stupala steps up. And he hits that one to the right-hand side of the infield, but no issues there as Keyshaw steps on the bag, and we now have a 3-2 lead. Just need to win one of the next 2 in Seattle, and we will be the winners of the series. So, yeah, Keyshaw did well. Jones did pretty well. PCA's player of the game, I don't disagree with that. He went 3 for 3 today with a home run. Yeah, he did great, and also had a stolen base on top of that. Volpe didn't have a hit, but he did have a walk and a stolen base, so, you know, he's getting on through other means. Martinez 0 for 5, and he is, 0 for his last 9 with 3 strikeouts in there, so we might look to move him out of the cleanup spot. Coffee at third base worked out decently well. Although we do have Perdomo now coming back from injury. He got the game off this game. We'll have to see how we want to do our lineups going forward. But I'm pretty happy with that result, you know. Yeah, Gavin Jones, actually, none of those runs ended up being earned because of the error by Coffee, but he did give up a home run to give up those runs, you know, so questionably on him. Yeah, just a pretty solid all around effort from our team here today. Like it was a little dicey when it got to just a 5-3 lead, but then we scored some insurance runs to kind of widen the gap a bit more and let us finish this game comfortably. So, yeah, we'll go on to Seattle up 3-2. All right, game 6 now, ready to go here. Just wanted to show an update of the other series that's going on because I was curious. The Braves did beat the Dodgers in 5 games, so they will be waiting for whoever wins this series in the World Series. And the Braves are quite good this year, and I think features some familiar faces. Yeah, Garcia, if you recall, was traded for Drake Baldwin, among other players. I don't see any of those other players in the lineup here, but they may make some appearances here and there. Ledbetter, Caldwell, a lot of these guys were in their AAA system. So, yeah, so with that in mind, I mean, obviously you want to go in and win game 6, but even more important to not let this go to a game 7, considering that Atlanta will have had several days off, and whoever wins this will not. We have to at least play this one and maybe the next one. Yeah, so let's see what we can do here in game 6. We have a lefty versus lefty matchup. Their only left-handed pitcher, Joey Wentz, who had a pretty solid outing against us last time, only allowed 2 earned runs. We'd like to get to him here. Like, he was not amazing during the regular season. Yeah, and we do hit lefties well with our lineup here. A little bit of a different lineup against left-handed pitching, and trying to make the batting order make sense based on who's been hot, who's not. Zapata will lead off for us. He's been hitting well. Martinez has been overall our best hitter. Ice cold the last 2 games means that he'll move to the 2 spot instead of the 4 spot. I like to put my best hitter in the 4 spot. I know it's kind of a 2 or 4, and thankfully we've got 2 very good hitters, and it doesn't make a huge difference here, I think. Although Baldwin does hit lefties worse than Martinez does. But anyway, Volpe has been doing well overall. He'll be in the 3 spot. Baldwin will play catcher. Keyshaw in left. Santana at short. Coffey will get another start at first base. Perdomo back in at third, and then Wade Shelley will take over for the ice cold Pete Crow Armstrong, who doesn't hit lefties well anyway. And Imanaga's on the mound for us tonight. He had a great outing. He's had 2 great outings in the playoffs for us so far, so hopefully we'll have a third here. We do, worst case scenario, have most of the bullpen available and healthy, including Jackson Ferris potentially available out of the bullpen for us tonight. He pitched 3 days ago. He will not be starting again in this series, as it will be Bautista likely taking the mound in a possible Game 7. Gavin Jones threw 100 pitches just 2 days ago. He's likely not going to come in relief here. Same with Dasan Hill. He's still a bit tired. I think everyone else is, potentially rested and available. Yeah. So let's get into the game here. Let's see who will win this all-important Game 6. For Seattle, it's an elimination game. For us, it's just an important game to win. So, as we are back in Seattle for this game, glad we won Game 5 to go back to Seattle up 3-2 instead of down 3-2, since winning 2 games on the road is pretty hard, as we do get out first batter. There's Zapata. Let's see what Martinez can do. He crushed lefties during the season, so hopefully he can get to Wentz here, and he does not. He strikes out in his first at bat. Volpe will be up here, and Volpe hits one to shallow right, and that drops down for a hit. Nice job by him. His Baldwin will step in against Wentz, and Volpe looks to run, and it looks like he will be safe, so he gets himself into scoring position now for Baldwin. And Baldwin strikes out looking, so that'll be an Volpe's steal is for naught, as as we score not in the opening inning there. So Imanaga will take the mound for us. As Emerson, dangerous hitter, but not so dangerous there as he flies out to shallow left. RJ Austin strikes out. They're still batting him second despite his .095 batting average in the playoffs so far. I don't quite get that as Encarnacion straight on works a 4-pitch walk with Raleigh up to bat. Let's see if we can put it away without having any damage done here. Raleigh does put the ball in play, but that's playable for our third baseman Perdomo, and no problems there. So do allow a walk, but no hits, no runs score. We'll step back in against Wentz with Keyshaw. And he hits that one fairly well into right field for a base hit. Nice job there. Like to lead off that run on, and he is a threat to run. He does run. Gets a great jump, and looks like he's going to be safe. Nice steal against Raleigh. Now we've got a man in scoring position with nobody out. Santana hits it to the left side of the infield. That will be an out, but it does advance the line of the third. Now we have Keyshaw at third with just one out. 2 chances to maybe drive him in as Coffey steps in to 3-2 count and pops it up. And playable. Yeah, no problems there for Stewart. Perdomo has been pretty decent so far in this series. Let's see if he can get a clutch hit here. So it goes down on strikes. So no runs score. And yeah, back to Imanaga on the mound as he steps in against Stewart. And strikes him out. Nice job there against a very dangerous hitter. And now we got a bunch of lefty matchups, so we like those generally. As DePaula gets hit on the 1-1 pitch. Not ideal there, as Cruz will step in now. As DePaula looks to run, and Martinez does not, or Baldwin does not successfully throw him out. So DePaula now in scoring position with 1 man out. And Cruz walks, so Imanaga getting himself into a little bit of trouble here. Let's see if he can get himself out of it. The double play is now in order with a man at first. And he hits that one to fairly deep left field, but not deep enough as Keyshaw does grab it. Runners don't tag. So 2 men out as Justin Henry Malloy. They're already pinch hitting. Wow, in the second inning. I mean, I guess it's a high leverage spot. It's an elimination game for them. They want to try to get their runs while they can, but no dice there as they get nothing. Yeah, does he even stay in the game? No, he does not. Oh, he does. Fitzgerald will stay into play second base, so they took their. Yeah, Cole Emerson moves over to short. And I think they had Cunningham to start the game at short. Yeah, he has been used. So he played a whole inning and a half for them. You know, I don't know what the logic is there exactly, but hopefully we can take advantage of the slightly reduced defense up the middle for them. As Fitzgerald only has a 40 overall at second base. But no dice there as Shelley flies out back to the top of our order. With Zapata. He strikes out. And Martinez will step in. It's a 3-2 count. And speaking of hitting the ball up the middle, nice job hitting them where they are weak. Martinez, good piece of hitting there. His first hit in like 10 at-bats, so he needed that. We needed that too. Let's see what Volpe can do here with Martinez on the base pass. And he pops it up, so that's going to be another scoreless inning, but, you know, we're getting hits. We just need to string them together here. Imanaga faces the top of the order again with Emerson stepping in, and he works a walk. So that's now the third walk issued by Imanaga to go along with 3 strikeouts. A little wild for his standards, but Emerson looks to steal, no run, no throw, rather. So Emerson now in scoring position. You have to imagine in a game like this, every run will matter as Emerson steals third. What are you guys doing here? Not holding the runner. Okay. So now Emerson is in position to score off of any kind of sac fly. And Austin hits one to left field, but shallow left. But they do tag, and they do score. So that sac fly puts Seattle up 1-0. Some crazy, Emerson almost single-handedly manufacturing a run for them there with 2 steals on the base paths. Yeah, he's been the MVP of this series for them by far. Although, who had the game-winning home run in Game 1? That would have been, I don't remember if that was Stewart or Emerson, but it might have even been Encarnacion Strike. Anyway, rallies up with 2 out, and he gets put down too. So, still hitless, but now down 1-0. Seattle manufactures a run without getting a hit. So we'll have to see what our bats can do as Baldwin hits one deep. That might not stay in the yard. All right, so Baldwin has equalized it here with a solo home run. We're now tied 1-1. Nice job there. As Keyshaw will step in. We'll see him go back-to-back. That's not back-to-back, but he does put the ball in play, even if it is out. Santana steps in, also puts the ball in play, but right to the second baseman. So 2 out now with Coffee standing in. And he loops that one. That's over the second baseman's head, not from the right field. Oh, and the ball goes past the right fielder. It's an error as Coffee takes advantage and moves to second. Yeah, there's that defense potentially coming back to bite them, although DePaul is theoretically a good right fielder. Yeah, they don't have the best defensive lineup out there. Yeah, so let's see if Perdomo can take advantage of that. It's a little dribbler in front of the plate. That should be easy pickings for the pitcher. And yeah, so they don't end up, losing anything off that. But we do tie up the game from a solo home run by Baldwin. Let's see here. Imanaga will face Stewart. He's at 52 pitches through 3 innings so far. Stewart works a full count and does walk. So yeah, Imanaga walking a lot today. That's his 4th walk to go with 4 strikeouts. He's only allowed 6 throughout his other 2 starts in the playoffs. So, yeah, not like him to be walking this many batters, but a lot of them are worked on full counts. So you have to imagine that there's a lot of skilled hitters going up against him. Let's see if he can get out of it yet again, as now we have 2 outs after the strikeout by Cruz. Jimenez will dig in. And that gets put in play. That should be no problem for Coffee. So again, still hitless for Seattle. The game's tied 1-1. And Wentz has been good against left-handed pitching during the year, but pretty cold during the playoffs. Let's see what he can do here against Wentz. He strikes out again. Shelley trying to get a chance to get him some time in center field here, and he is not really paying dividends. As Wentz now at 81 pitches, you have to imagine he's not going to go super long with the game tied at 1. I think their bullpen's fairly rested as well. Pretty decently rested, and they have 13 arms in their bullpen instead of our 12, so I would have a rather short leash on Wentz, so let's see what they decide to do. Martinez steps in and strikes out on 3 pitches, so Wentz gets through that inning okay. Yeah, Fitzgerald will step in. We'll pinch hit with him back in the 2nd inning. And he drives one deep to right field. That could be trouble. And okay, so he gets them a solo run. That's their first hit, and we're down 2-1. Kind of a crazy game so far. As Emerson will step in. Emerson hits one fairly well, but that's playable for Keyshaw. He grabs it. I got 76 pitches, but he's going to face Austin for sure. as Austin hits that also right to Keyshaw. No problems there. Encantasto and Strand step in. And that's hit right to Perdomo, and that's the third out of the inning. But they get the lead off the first hit of the game. Solo home run. I mean, Imanaga not pitching a bad game overall. They do send Wentz back out for the 6th inning, 86 pitches. He's starting to get tired. Let's see if we can really take advantage of this. Like, this is, you know, the heart of our order's up. Hope it does nothing there. But Baldwin with the solo home run to give us our 1 run. Let's see if he can make it a 2 home run game like that. And that will not be happening, at least so far, as Baldwin gets the second on it there. Wentz now at 90 pitches, getting very tired. You know, I don't know how long they keep him in, as Keyshaw hits it into right field. Will that be Wentz's last batter? It will be, as they bring in Brock Burke to relieve him. So Wentz's day is done. He allowed 1 run on 6 hits, but is in line for the win. Yeah, just can't chain those hits together. Let's see what Santana can do here against the lefty Burke. As Keyshaw runs, and that will allow him to get to third, I believe, as Santana hits one into center field. So we've got Cutter Coffee up the plate. He's 1 for 2 today against the lefty Burke. Let's see. Oh, Coffee gets hit, so now bases loaded. Domo up, he's 0 for 2 today. Do we look to make a move here potentially in the 6th? Domo has not been our hottest hitter in the playoffs. In fact, only Shelley in our lineup has been colder. He also has hit lefties okay during the season. Montero hit them very well, but over a super low sample size. Rooker also hit them well, but he's been by far our worst hitter in the postseason. So, not exactly who you want up in this scenario. Thinking of rolling the dice with Montero, and he does hit lefties well, at least by his ratings. Domo, theoretically should as well. He just doesn't have much power, but he's good at putting the ball in play, which with 2 outs, that's probably what we want here. So we're going to stick with Perdomo. He's got 55 contact, not much power, but we just need a hit here, and that should score at least 1, maybe 2 runs. Perdomo pops it up. Okay, so no runs will score despite loading the bases. Imanaga will come back out for the 6th inning for us. He's still only at 78 pitches. Still has only allowed 1 hit in this game, despite walking 4. Yeah, I think he's gonna stay in for at least this inning. Unless we truly get into a bind here, as Rowley hits one popped up to Perdomo, so no issues there. Imanaga is starting to get tired. He'll step in to face Stewart. Stewart crushes that one. That's going to be down the field and gone if it's fair. I mean, you can make the argument that I should have pulled Imanaga, but given what he's done in the game so far, it makes sense to leave him in. Only the second hit allowed, and both of them home runs. Man. He is at 90 pitches. I'm going to let him face DePaula here, and then we're going to go to the bullpen after that. This will be his last batter for sure. As DePaula picks it up. Okay, yeah. Imanaga is done. We're going to go to Bourgeois against the left-handed back half of their lineup to get hopefully 2 outs here. 2 very important outs. We want to keep this a 3-1 game. As that's crushed to right field. My God, it's falling apart. Okay. Yeah, John Cruz goes yellow. It's a 5-1 game. And he walks the next batter, Jimenez. He'll have to face Fitzgerald, and then he will not stay in to face Emerson. Maybe he will. I mean, he's good against lefties, but yeah, he'll stay in to face lefty. Emerson is worse against left-handed pitching, so play the matchups, and yeah, this will be his last batter. As yeah, Santana does get the out there, so it works out in that at bat, but man, a 3-run inning. And we're now down 5-1. We need some offense bad. As Shelley is 0 for 2. I feel like we might need to try some kind of spark here or something. Shelley was good during the regular season against lefties. Was our second best hitter, but has not been good in the playoffs. Yeah, I mean, we're going to let him bat. He puts the 3-1 pitch into play, but that hangs up enough to get to Austin. So, I mean, that was hit fairly well, but again, not a hit. So, Zapata is 0 for 3 today. Lefty-lefty matchup. I mean, he is our DH as well. We could look to go to Brett Rooker, try to provide some kind of a spark. And Montero, maybe. I'd rather use Montero in a spot where he could stay in and play defense potentially. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess I shouldn't worry about defense when offense is what we need here. So Montero will come in. He's theoretically our best hitter against lefties. And he strikes out. Okay. Martinez steps in. He has actually been our best hitter against lefties, so we'll see what he does here. And he walks. Okay. Volpe. Yeah. Let's see if we can do something here in this inning. As that's hit deep to center field, but potentially playable. And yeah. Austin catches the ball. So Mariners remain in front. Alright, so we're going to go to, I guess, the middle part of the order. We do have the entire bullpen available. Yeah, I mean, going by FIP, and in a non-save situation, we could go to Jax here, or we could go to Snyder. I mean, let's go to Jax. Like, it's not a safe situation. He's been our best pitcher against right-handed hitters. Yeah, we'll just, you know, the worst thing he can do is give up more runs, right? Like, we're already behind in this game, so I don't, you know, hate this. Maybe try to get him some of his confidence back, because he was our closer, you know, going into the playoffs, but disastrous few games in this series have led him to cede that role to somebody else. Although I don't think we've been in a save situation since his last outing, so he does allow the walk there. His rally puts one into play, but that's playable for center fielder Shelley. No issues there. Stewart will step in. And he puts that one into play, but that should be playable for Volpe. Issues there. So, Jax does get out of the inning with just one hit allowed. That's not too bad, as they bring in their closer, Munoz. So they are looking for the 6-out save again. I know that did not work out well the last time they tried it. As Munoz only has a 25 stamina, he's not a guy that can throw a lot of pitches in relief. So hopefully we can get to him here, and he is a righty as well, so this is potentially where we look to make some moves. Baldwin, Keyshaw, Santana, none of those guys particularly want to pinch hit for it. If Shelley gets up at any point, he would be a target for pinch hitting. Perdomo maybe would be as well. Yeah, let's see what we got here. As Baldwin will step in. He's much better against righties than lefties, so let's see if he can do some damage here. As he harmlessly pops it up. Okay, so no damage there. Keyshaw, he's 2 for 3 today. Strikes out. Okay. And Santana. Let's see if we can keep the inning alive here. Santana hits one fairly well, but that's playable for the right fielder. No issues there. So we're head to bottom of the 8th, still down 5-1. Jack's now against the left-handed part of their lineup, and I think we'll go to somebody else here. Could go to Ferris, play the lefty matchups, but it might be Hill's time to check. He's tired. Yeah, I mean, we'll go to Fernandez, I think. Fernandez. So we do want to keep this game close. It is still, not impossible. We need 4 runs to tie, but crazier things have happened. Not likely, but crazier things have happened. I mean, we blew a lead earlier in this series that I think was at least a 4-run lead, so yeah, we'll have to see. And we'll be looking to, make some moves and maneuver on the base pass as well. Coffee will hit against the righty Munoz, and then I'll probably look to pinch it for sure Shelley, maybe Perdomo. I need to see. Coffee 3-1 pitch, and he doesn't take. All right, so we do have a man on. Munoz at 19 pitches. Perdomo is 0 for 3 today. I think I have to pinch it for him here, especially since he's not as good against righties as some of our other options here. So, I think we're going to go with Rooker's been ice cold. We'll go with Gamble here. Give him a chance. And then PCA will pinch hit for Shelley. This Gamble hits strike 3. That's out number 1. PCA hits for Shelley here. So he started to hit well in the last few games. Let's see what he can do here. He does put it in play, but right to the shortstop, Anderson. That's out number 2. So down to our last out. Montero steps in, and he has been just awful against right-handed hitting throughout the season. So you know what? Brent Rooker, your chance at redemption is here. Show me what you got. And he hits it to center field. Okay, Brent Rooker with a hit to keep this inning alive. Martinez will step in. I think Bodine will not be pinch hitting in this game, so we're going to have to just roll with who we've got. But, who we've got are our best hitters throughout this series. So Munoz starting to get tired. He's at 33 pitches. They want that last out from him, but he is gassed. Let's see if we can take advantage. As the ball skips away, so now both those runners in scoring position, but ultimately doesn't matter. We do have first base open now. Be interested to see if, you know, I don't think they walk in here because that puts the tying run at the plate with just one out needed. But we'd love to get a man on any way possible. Martinez, full count, strikes out. Okay, so a little bit of a rally there, but nothing doing. As we will go to Game 7, tied 3-3. And man, yeah, just not as great of a performance by Imanaga today. Joby Wentz, player of the game. I mean, it's the classic OOTP when you have a 2-star pitcher come in who's been mediocre in the season and only gives up 1 earned run in the playoffs. Like, that's, I mean, I guess that could happen in real life too, but it's the classic OOTP experience, I think. Like Rooker getting a hit there as a pinch hitter, like maybe that means better things for him. I mean, I think he's still not probably startable in this lineup, but you know, if there's a similar spot, it could potentially go to him. Bourgeois was not great in this game. Jax brought his ERA down to a 6.75 with a scoreless inning. Fernandez pitched a scoreless inning. He's been good in relief. Yeah, so we will go to a winner-take-all Game 7. We will be pulling out all the stops in that game. Yeah, series is tied 3-3. Let's see what happens. All right, this is the winner-take-all Game 7 here of this series. Yeah, and we're going to do everything we can here to bring it home. Our lineup here, I tried to do a mix again of, you know, who's hit well during the playoffs and who's hit well during the regular season. Yeah, as you'll see as we get to the bottom half of our order. I've also ordered it based on who's hit righties better in the playoffs, so the order's a little weird, but I think it works for what we're going for here. Zapata will lead off again. He's done decently well in that role, although he was 0 for 3 in yesterday's game. Volpe hits second, Santana at third, shortstop, and Baldwin as our cleanup spot catcher. Cutter Coffee has actually had a hit in the last 4 consecutive games, just 1 hit in the last 4 consecutive games, but that's enough to get his OPS up, and he'll be batting 5th for us today, as Keyshaw will bat 6th, playing first base. Coffee actually has a better OPS in the playoffs now than Perdomo, so Perdomo will be on the bench today. Martinez plays left, Armstrong starting at center, and the return of Brent Rooker to the DH role. You know, he got a hit for us yesterday in pinch hit duties. He's batting 9th today, so, you know, I don't have a ton of faith in him, but in terms of what the production during the regular season, he was good against righties. So we're going to play those numbers and hope that he can come through in a very clutch Game 7 here. Bautista will start for us today. Notable that, you know, it is Game 7. Nothing is out of the question here. Imanaga's out of the question because he's still completely exhausted after throwing 95 pitches yesterday, but I think anyone else is fair game, including our ace Gavin Jones. Despite throwing 100 pitches 3 days ago, we could, depending on how Bautista does, look to bring him in relief. But Bautista was great in his last outing, going 5 strong innings, 0 earned runs. I think the only run was on an error. Yeah, and he was great in the start before that too. Well, good enough in the start before that. So we'll see. We'll just have to see how the game progresses. I think nothing is off the table here. We'll be making moves. We'll be trying to do everything we can to win this game because our season is on the line here. And yeah, they have a pretty similar lineup to yesterday, I think. DePaula leading off for them, which is a little unusual as they had been having Emerson in the leadoff spot. He'll bat 3rd for them today. Still batting Austin 2nd despite his, you know, 0.91 average and 342 OPS. Like, no matter which way you slice it, his numbers have been bad, and he should not be batting 2nd for them. Like, he should be your 8 hitter, I think, even over Cunningham, because, like, I don't know. What are you doing? Why is Jimenez batting 8th for you? Anyway, this is the same lineup. I think they've rolled out pretty much in every game. Logan Gilbert is theoretically their ace, but we got to him in a big way in the last game. 6 earned runs in a game that we did ultimately end up losing 7-8. Yeah, that was a crushing one. But here's hoping today we have better results in the deciding game 7 of the series. Here we go. Let's see if we can get to Gilbert early again. I mean, they do have pretty much their full bullpen available. They didn't use many arms yesterday. But still, yeah, that one's hit right to the ball. So quick out number 1. Volpe will step in. And he hits the 3-1 pitch fairly deep, but playable for the center fielder. Austin grabs that. Santana steps in now and strikes out. So 1-2-3 inning for the A's, and Bautista will go up against DePaula here, leading off for them. So he hits a little dribbler in front of the mound. No problems there for Bautista. To Keyshaw playing first today. Austin will step in. He's been ice cold, as previously mentioned. And yeah, that one hangs up enough for PCA to grab it. And Emerson has not been ice cold. He's probably the most dangerous hitter. See what he can do here, as he does put the ball in play, but that's playable for Volpe and no issues. So we also get a 1-2-3 inning out of the first. And Baldwin will step in for us here. Baldwin hits that one deep to left field. Sorry. But, yeah, the warning track brings it down close to the warning track. Was hoping for a 1-0 game there, but, oh well. Coffee steps in. Puts that one in play. But straight to the shortstop. Again, another out. And Keyshaw will put that one in, and that's the first hit of the game for either side as Keyshaw gets a single. Oh, no, he stretches it into a double, it looks like. That went down the line, and oh, as they were walking, oh, no, they're just adjusting their defense. Okay. Thought he got himself thrown out at second base, but no, Keyshaw is in there with a double. He's in scoring position. Martinez will step in against Gilbert, but will not ultimately score the run as that goes straight to the shortstop. So we do get a hit, but no runs after that as Bautista faces Encarnacion strain. And that's hit fairly well to center field. Can PCA run that one down? Yes, he can. No problems there. John Cruz batting 5th. He hits that one well. That one might not stay in the yard. It's going, and it is gone. That Cruz has been high. From the last game and this game, 2 consecutive games to give him a 1-run lead here in the second. South Stewart's hot, so we want to be careful what happens with him. But Santana grabs that one. So they have Raleigh batting 7th today. He's been a good hitter in this series, but he does pop it up here, and that's playable for PCA. So 1 run on 1 hit, a solo home run. Similar story to last game. PCA, let's see what he can do here, as he didn't do much in the last game, but also didn't play much in the last game, as that one's deep. That one might go, and PCA ties it up with a solo shot of his own. Nice job there, and we are on the board. It's a 1-1 ball game. Rooker steps in. He has been ice cold in the playoffs. Did have a hit in the last game, and he strikes out here. All right, Zapata will step back in. And that's a strikeout. Gilbert starting to settle in here. He's got 44 pitches. And that's a little dribbler, but to the shortstop Cunningham, and fielded. And yeah, that's the inning. But we do tie it up thanks to the PCA solo shot. Yeah, Jimenez will step in. He's done decently well, but manages to work a walk there. He is a threat to steal. Cunningham still home. They call a balk. I swear there's so many balks in Sims in these games. But Bautista needs to settle down, not let that get to him. As he does manage to induce a pop-up from Cunningham. But now we're back up to the top of the order here as DePaula will step in. And he hits that one. That'll find grass as PCA pulls it down. They do send the runner home. Play at the plate, but he's safe. That will score a run as it's 2-1 now. DePaula for it to steal at first base. He doesn't have to as we get a walk here from Bautista. So Bautista getting himself into some trouble here. Run has scored, now 2 on with 1 out. And their most dangerous hitter up to bat. Is it crazy to think about pulling him in this situation? I think it is. He's only at 35 pitches. Just got to let him go. Trust in your starter here. As he induces the pop-up. Alright, so now 2 outs with Carlson and Strand up to bat. 0 for 1 today. That one's fairly deep, but playable for PCA. So he does get out of the jam, just allowing one. We are losing 2-1, but that game could have been a lot worse. Nice job by Bautista getting out of it. But I'd like to see some more runs here against Gilbert, potentially knocking him out of this game. He is on short rest as well. I think he pitched 4 days ago, so he likely might be able to go as deep into this game, as he's starting to get somewhat tired already on 50 pitches. So we really want to get to him and get to their bullpen, I think. As Baldwin strikes out there. Coffee, let's see what he can do. Strikes out as well. So Gilbert having a great game so far. He's only allowed 2 hits. We've also only allowed 2 hits, but down 2-1. 2 walks to go with those 2 hits as well. Cruz hit the solo shot his last time up. Strikes out there. Okay, nice job by Bautista. As Stewart will step in. Strikes out there. Nice job again by Bautista. Only his second strikeout of the game. As Raleigh. 0-1 pitch. Hits that one deep to center field. That could be trouble. But playable at the wall. Just barely. PCA grabs it on the warning track. That was hit well, but not quite far enough. Man. Gilbert is dealing today. He's walked nobody and struck out 5. We need to get to him and get him out of this ball game. Because that's not the way to do it. Keyshaw strikes out. That makes 6 for the game so far. Martinez. It's a little dribbler, but that'll playable for the shortstop Cunningham. 6-3. And PCA with our lone run of the game off his solo shot. As he strikes out there. Dang. So, 1-2-3 inning in the 5th. As Bautista will come back in. He is only at 52 pitches. So we'll have to see how this goes. I mean, we're going to treat every at-bat as important. I mean, they have a 1-run lead. We have to do everything we can to keep scoring down. Let's see, we'll face Cunningham for sure. And now we kind of go batter by batter, I think, because it will be the 3rd time through the order. He will stay in to face DePaula. He will stay in to face Austin. Emerson is the question mark here, as I may want the lefty matchup, but that may be next inning, depending on what happens here. As DePaula does hit a single here. So we do have a man on. If Austin manages to keep this inning alive, this will be his last batter. If he gets out of it, and might leave him in to face Emerson in the 6th, but likely will be going to the bullpen, I think. depending on how it goes. So Austin will step in. And he hits one, and that does get through the gap into center field. As he goes for third base, questionable send there. PCA nailing the runner at third. Nice job there getting out of the inning. Wow, okay, so don't have to think about pulling him yet. We'll see what Brent Rooker can do here. Struck out his first time up, I believe. Does manage to put the ball in play there. Ooh, it's kind of flubbed by the shortstop, and that error will allow Rooker to be at first base. So, okay, 6th inning. I think we play the manufacture some runs game. I mean, anything at this point, any base runner. Yeah, we're going to roll with it. So, speed. We want Shelley on the base paths for Rooker. I mean, ideally we'd like Shelley to stay out and play defense, but I think we can't be picky here as, yeah, we're going to, this run is important. It's the tying run as the leading run steps up to the plate as Gian Sapan, who will bat against Gilbert. Gilbert starting to get a little tired, but not there yet. Oh, he does hit him. That's his first walk/hit batsman of the day. And now we're kind of in business here as the winning run now on first. I say winning run, leading run. Yeah, Volpe will step in. As Volpe hits it deep, but that's playable for the left fielder. Cruz pulls that down, so we got one out now. Santana up to bat. 3-2 pitch, and he puts that in play. That could be trouble, but no, they just get the out at first. So runners do advance. On a nice play there by Emerson. You know, he does have good defense at second. Baldwin has been, I think, overall our best hitter. He's who you want up in this situation. Definitely clutch at that. Gilbert at 87 pitches. Let's see if you can get to him here. 3-2 pitch. And he walks him. So Baldwin on now. Bases are loaded. They're keeping Gilbert in the game at 93 pitches with Cutter Coffey stepping in. Coffey is 0-2 today. And this is another spot where we think about maybe pinch hitting. But Coffey, again, was good during the season and has been hitting in the last few games. You know, we could bring in Gamble, we could bring in Perdomo, but I think I'm going to let Coffey hit for himself here in this spot. Again, very crucial at that. Bases loaded, 2 outs. I feel like we need to score some runs here. This is one of our best opportunities to do so in this game. As Coffey strikes out, does not reward my faith in him as, man, yeah. So Shelley will stay in at DH. Bautista facing Emerson. He is only at 61 pitches. I think if he allows any kind of hits or walks, he will be pulled in this inning, but I'll let him pitch for now. As he does strike out Emerson, nice job there. Encarnacion Strand works a full count. And that one gets put into play and does find right field, so yeah, I think we go to the bullpen here. It's Bautista now at 74 pitches. He pitched a solid game, you know, only 5 hits, 2 runs. Just went up against a dominant opposing pitcher in Gilbert as we look to our bullpen here as Cruz will bring in a lefty against him. And maybe Jackson Ferris. No, let's do Desan Hill, as Hill can pitch, you know, fairly well against both. Yeah. Let's do Desan Hill. He's Also been our best pitcher by FIP in the playoffs. We want the lefty matchup. As that one gets hit fairly well and through center field. South Stewart steps in now. And that one is to right hand side, playable for Volpe as they try to turn 2, over 2. Yes, they do turn the double play. Very nice job getting out of that inning without any runs scored. Keyshawn, as they send Gilbert back out for the 7th inning from 97 pitches. I thought for sure his day is done. Let's see if we can make him pay for that. The hubris, as Keyshaw hits it deep, but playable to the center fielder. Gilbert at 99 pitches. Martinez is 0 for 2 today. Did not hit righties particularly well during the season. He was 0 for 2 today. Only 1 for his last 6. I mean, let's make some moves. Why not? On base percentage slightly higher for Domo. We're gonna do it. Domo will pinch hit for Martinez. So we have to get something going here. Oh, as Perdomo gets hit. Well, that's one way to get a man on. And that will send Gilbert from the game finally. So his final line is 1 run on 2 hits. He pitched an excellent game, gave them a chance to win, but now it is our job to ruin that chance and give them a no decision instead. As Perdomo's a decent runner. I won't look to pinch run here. J.R. Ritchie steps in. PCA with a clutch hit so far today. He has our lone run. Let's see what we can do here against Ritchie. As he hits that one, and that will find center field. So now 2 on. It's just not. Wade Shelley is our DH. I think it's right-handed pitching. I don't think I want Shelley in there to bat. I think I want instead, we're going to gamble on Gamble as our pinch hitter. And he works a 4-pitch walk, so base is now loaded. It'll be Zapata second one. He's 0 for 2 today, but has hit righties well throughout the season, I believe. That is playable for the right fielder. Will the runner tag? Yes, he will. Perdomo tags and scores. Very nice. The PCA moves to 3rd base on that as well. We have a tie ball game, folks. Nice job there manufacturing the run by Zapata. You know, got to do it any way possible. Let's see if Volpe can get a hit here and keep this inning alive. Walkie was good too. Richie getting himself into trouble here. Base is now loaded with Santana up. Santana is 0 for 3 today, but you know, I don't really have many better options to pitch hit for him. If there's a lefty in, I'd maybe think about Montero, but Santana will stay in. And we'll see how he does. 3-2 pitch. A walk scores a run too. Oh, and he strikes out. But we do manage to tie the game. It's 2-2. As we now have to deal with our lineup here. So we can do, as we pulled our left fielder, we'll move Keyshaw to left. We'll move Coffey to first, and Perdomo will stay in to play third. Desan Hill, yeah, I'll leave him in to face the bottom part of the order, as I believe Rowley is worse against left-handed pitching. He is better against left-handed pitching. Okay, so in that case, we will not be doing that. We will be, against. We want, I think, just our best pitcher in here, well, it's tough. We want someone who's good, but also good against lefties, and I think that might be Colin Snyder here. As I think I'll save Fernandez for the heart of their order next inning. Yeah. We do also have Gavin Jones. I mean, now that it is a tie ball game, you think about bringing in Jones in relief against a bunch of lefties in a row. These are the tough decisions. By FIP, Fernandez and Snyder have been better this season overall. If we're still tied, I think we look to Gavin Jones in the 9th, maybe. Bring him in as our closer / stopper. That might be an option. So I think we'll go with Snyder here against the lefties. No, you know what? Let's go with Fernandez. No, Snyder. Fernandez will face the middle of the order. But we want our best arms in. You know, we can't afford to save anybody here. Jackson, I'm still leery of trusting after his misses earlier in the series. Snyder allows the first batter to reach on base hit. Yeah. Even brought in a righty to face Raleigh. Oh man, alright, Jimenez steps in. And that'll find the outfield, that's a base hit. Okay. Raleigh moves all the way to third, and they have first and third, nobody out. Cunningham. Jimenez somehow ice cold despite just getting a hit, and not having that, well, I mean, he was slightly cold before that, I guess. Sometimes those designations don't make much sense to me. Cunningham strikes out. Okay, that's good. As Snyder will face DePaula. If it gets to Emerson, we will bring in some kind of left-handed pitcher against him, I think, in this situation. But for now, we'll stick with Snyder. Snyder pops him up, and that's shallow enough where the run will not be able to score. 2 outs here. Let's see if we can get Austin as the final out of the inning. This Austin hits one well. That's fairly deep to right field, and that finds the wall. Man, after not getting hits the entire series, Austin with maybe the most clutch hit of the entire series as he scores 2 there with a triple. Man, rough beat there. As yeah, Snyder's done. We will bring in the lefty to face him, and who's it going to be? I mean, at this point, you know, we're going to our best pitcher, and I should have maybe gone to my best pitcher before, but I got to get the lefty versus lefty matchup here. He will stay in and pitch as many batters as he can, as he allows the base hit to Emerson, and that's horribly misplayed by PCA, as that's another triple scoring a run. That's a rough one. Okay, well, it's 5-2. I mean, still not impossible, but yeah, it's rough. Coffee hits that one well, and that will find the outfield well. I mean, we don't need to get it all back here. Even if we could get a run this inning, that would be helpful. But yeah, let's see if we can keep this going. Keyshaw will step in. He's 1 for 3. Strikes out there. As Perdomo, he walked his last time up. I'd take that again here. As he pops up. So, no damage done in this inning. And Gavin Jones will stay in the first cruise here. As he walks him. This is always the danger of bringing in starters in relief, I think. But I mean, we want our best pitcher out here with a chance to, keep this game under control. As Raleigh hits that one fairly deep, but playable for PCA. He will face Jimenez and Cunningham. Oh, as that is a wild pitch. So Jones, kind of a rough outing so far. Staying to face Jimenez. Because that's hit, but playable for PCA. So yeah, we'll go to the top of the ninth. This is our last chance. We have 3 outs to try and get something done here. We've got Armstrong, Gamble, and Zapata set to bat. I don't think we want to look to pinch hit unless for some reason they bring in a lefty at any point, in which case we maybe think about Montero. But they bring in the righty Soriano to try and close the game. We'll see. We'll see what we can do here against him. As PCA gets on as the leadoff batter. Nice job there. And down by 3, you wouldn't likely look to steal here as Gamble hits the shallow grounder. As they go for the out at second, they do get the out at second despite the speed of PCA, but they don't manage to turn 2. So innings still alive for Zapata here. As he gets hit, okay, and the tying run will come to the plate. It's Volpe. He's 0 for 3 today, but he's been a good hitter in this series. Can he be the hero here? No, he strikes out. Okay. Down to our last out, and it is Adrian Santana. He is 0 for 4 today. I mean, do I think just pinch hit him? Like, Montero's been pretty bad against righties. I think you let Santana back. And he has a 97 OPS for the season against righties. Yeah, we'll just live or die by what he does here. As he strikes out, and that will end the game and the series. Yeah, Colt Emerson earned series MVP. I don't blame them at all, as he had a killer hit in this one. A triple that was kind of a backbreaker. Yeah, just, and Austin honestly had the more, that was a 2-run triple, and then Emerson with the triple immediately after. Just, yeah, not great. Snyder was not good in relief. Jones came in and allowed some batters to score, although he didn't end up with any earned runs for the game. Bautista pitched solid, but just, yeah, up against Gilbert, who in 102 pitches only allowed 2 hits, struck out 8. Like, yeah, he's who you wanted on the mound in Game 7 as your ace. Yeah, I mean, we just got outplayed. The bullpen let us down a few times. Definitely, would have liked to see a stronger effort there. I mean, they had been pretty good throughout the season. but that's just how the playoffs work sometimes, I guess. Yeah, we did all we could. I think you could maybe question some of the moves I made there, but I think we went the full 7 games against the team that by record was the best in the league. Although they were without their best batter potentially in Julio Rodriguez. So yeah, let's go ahead and sim through the rest of the playoffs here, and we'll see who ends up taking home the World Series trophy. As yeah, our season is done. All right, let's see. Seattle goes up 1-0. Atlanta brings it back even. 2-1, 2-2, 2-3. The drama. And the Mariners are your World Series champions. I mean, we won one more game than the Braves did against them, right? Like, they were the best team in the league. They proved it. Yeah, I just, it's always disappointing when you go the full 7 games and don't manage to pull it out. But I guess it is important to remember, like our season, we had a really good season overall. Second best record in the AL, third best in the entire league. Let's look at our full kind of. I don't know if I went into before these. I mean, I've played out this series over the course of like a real life week, I think. So it's hard for me to remember what I talked about and what I didn't at the end of the regular season. But let's just briefly go over some of those as. Yeah, we had. As our starters, yeah, Jones, Imanaga, Bautista. Yeah, they have. Yeah, we're still rolling with our playoff roster here. Let's go into the off season so I can see the full roster here. Unless there's something I still need to do. No. All right, 793. So good season. Imanaga meets the vesting option criteria. He will be coming back next year. Fan loyalty has increased. We have a new budget. That's a lot of budget. Yeah, so yeah, so we had in terms of games started for us, Imanaga Jones. Jones was our ace this season. He finished with 5.1 pitcher WAR, ERA under 3. Like, he had a great season. Played a little bit last year. Started I think as a fill-in starter last year and coming up from the minor leagues and just stuck around because he kept doing well, and then this year just turned it up to the next level. He'll probably get Cy Young votes this year, or at least he should. Great season by him. Imanaga came in expecting him to be our like third or fourth starter. He proved to be a solid 2. Yeah, can't really complain about that season. His ERA was a touch high, but didn't walk a lot of batters, except in his playoff game, I suppose. But 3.3 WAR on the season, that's exactly what he did last year for Houston. Yeah, walked less batters and struck out more. Like, you can't complain about that. Bautista, very solid season. He started the year in relief, and kind of made the team out of spring training as a he did well in spring training, had done well in AAA, kind of see what he can do kind of thing, and he delivered in a big way and became our third starter as the season went on. We have Robbie Snelling as well. I should talk about him. He's probably our second or third starter under normal circumstances, but was hurt for the last part of the year. He ended up finishing with a good season, 2.8 WAR, 3.14 ERA. Like, I think he had a solid FIP as well. He's 26. So even though there's still some potential to fulfill, he likely won't fulfill it. But now this is his third consecutive season with us. All 3 seasons he's had ERA under 4, so can't really complain about that. Um, and yeah, we've got Jackson Ferris still, who started some games near the end of the season. Kind of a question mark, I'd say, as like, will he be part of the rotation going forward? Same with Jose Bello, who started a few games for us, struggled as a starter, but did fairly well as a reliever. You know, you could maybe argue he should have made the team as a reliever in the playoffs, but I think his FIP was not good, if I remember. Yeah, his FIP was not good compared to some of these other guys. I'll have to talk about the minors too, because yeah. And then Griffin Jacks, like, we've already re-signed him to be our closer. Um, we'll have to see how he does in that role next year. Like, he was good in the regular season in that role, but then when the playoffs came around, like, yeah, well, he was fine against Detroit, but then against Seattle, just two blown saves, and this one was practically a blown save. We just got bailed out by hitting. Fernandez and Snyder did well during the regular season as well. Bourgeois is still really young, still has a lot of potential to fulfill. He projects to be, potentially a very good pitcher in relief. Desan Hill could be a starter, maybe, depending on how things develop. He's kind of on the borderline. Same with Cam Leiter, who, could be a starter as well under the right circumstances. Rop struggled a bit this year, but was still solid overall. We might look to bring him back again. Anderson struggled, and he's a free agent. He will not be coming back next year. He was not awful for us, but he has declined. He's 40 years old. Like, he should not be starting for us next year. And then Carson Swem, we had him pitching in relief. He also started a game for us. He might look to slot in the rotation as well. And then our lineup, sorting by WAR, Drake Baldwin led the team in WAR. He was excellent. That's everything I could have hoped for when trading for him. We'll probably look to extend him at some point, just because, he's still under 30. I'd like to have him for at least a few more years. We'll see kind of what he's thinking contract-wise. In fact, can I do that now? No, he will not listen to any extension offers till he's in his last contract year. So I don't know if that means his once his age 30 season starts, because this is technically an option year, or if we have to wait for him to make a decision on that option or not before he'll even talk contract. PCA also finished with good numbers. He had more WAR for Chicago than he did for us, but he also started twice as many games as he did for us. Finished with a better OPS for us, but I think slightly worse fielding stats. So, kind of balanced out there. Yeah, he's still an excellent center fielder. Zapata with another good year. He's had 3 consecutive years now where he's done well. Not like elite numbers, but he might also be someone we look to extend at some point. My house rule that I'm playing with here is that, I think they have to be in their first year of arbitration eligibility for me to offer them a long-term contract, which Santana is, so we might look to do that this year. Keyshaw is another one where he was in his second year of arbitration. He'll be making a little bit more this year if I decide to keep him on. I think borderline, but maybe yes, as he, did fairly well in the playoffs, hovered with his OPS around 100 for most of the season, can play multiple positions. Like, he's not a bad bat to keep around. Rooker was ice cold in the playoffs, but also had a regular season that was pretty good. He's gonna probably want a lot of money to come back, so we'll probably let him go in free agency. He was more of a rental than anything. Volpe we have locked up long term. He finished with down numbers compared to his last year in New York, but it was his first year at second base, and yeah, he ended up he had negative ZR to start the season at second base, ended up bringing those numbers up a bit. So you'd hope that in his second full year at the position, hopefully those numbers would be better. Hopefully his OPS will be up a tad as well. He's allowed to have a down year, especially with his first year on a new club. Zapata has just turned 25. Could look to slot in as our outfielder DH again next year. Perdomo we also have locked down for the next few years. He'll be back next year as he put up solid numbers. He can play, he is our starting third baseman, can play second and short in a pinch. Shelley didn't put up amazing numbers, but was a Rule 5 pick, was super young, just turned 24, so we'll look to maybe get him more playing time next year. Coffee was hurt for most of the year, but did decent in limited playing time. Martinez was hot in the playoffs. He will potentially be a starting outfielder for us next year as well. DeLuca, kind of regret not putting him on the playoff roster over Brent Rooker. He likely will not be back next season with wanting $8 million in arbitration. And then, looking briefly towards the future, as we've got, Clevenger. Where is... We must have, I think he might be out on, lending to another, league. Yeah. Oh yeah, he's on loan to the Arizona Fall League. So currently playing in the Arizona Fall League for the Salt River Rafters on loan to them. That's fine. He's getting some more, experience here. Playing as a reliever for them, which I don't love. Let him keep developing as a starter. But in terms of our top prospects, Strapadopoulos finished the year at AAA for us. Had good numbers over 7 starts at AAA. He's right on the cusp of potentially making it to the major leagues. We saw Svem make his major league debut. He has decent enough ratings to potentially play there. We've also got Clevenger, who's, again, right on the cusp there. Put up just okay numbers in AAA across 20 starts, but he's also, right there knocking on the door. So we'll get some of those guys in the dev lab probably in the off season. Tsutsumi was our big get in international free agency last year. He hasn't developed a ton yet. He also hasn't gotten any playing time yet. If he develops a little bit more, we might look to bring him to the rookie league this year to get him some playing time. Who else do I want to talk about? Eddie Rainville still needs to get his control up. I think that's been, the summary every time I've talked about him. We have, where is he? See, it's tough when they put these players on loan for the fall league to actually find and talk about them. Scott Sharpton must be another player out on loan, and he is, and he's putting up pretty mediocre numbers in the fall league so far, but he's only 23. He can play a bunch of positions in the infield, and we started cross-training him in the outfield as well, so he'll likely see some playing time next year. A little bit of a disappointment maybe for being a first-round pick, 8th overall in 2028, just given how he's kind of developed so far. But we'll see what ends up happening. He is still, he's about to be 24, so yeah, that's kind of going to be who he is going forward. We do have some interesting young players. Dupuis is one who projects to be a really interesting player. We've got our first round pick. Was it Swanson? Swanson was not our first round pick. Swanson was our fourth round pick, and he's starting to get decent ratings as well. We could maybe see him in the big leagues next year, depending on how he develops. And Thornton Saladay was another one who looks interesting. Reyes. Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll get some of these guys in the dev lab. DeJesus is one that's exciting. His hitting ratings have been good, and continue to develop nicely. Like, he started to hit the ball well at AA. He projects as another like outfield DH type. We'll look to get his defensive ratings up a little more, his hitting ratings up a little more. Keep putting him in the dev lab. Who was our first round pick in the draft this past season? Let me see here. As we scroll to Oakland. Oh yes, the catcher Nate Enberg. He's interesting. I mean, this should, in an ideal world, he develops over the next few years and is ready to step in when we're thinking about letting Drake Baldwin go. Ideally 3 or 4 years from now. Maybe Engberg could step in and play like a backup catcher before then. But that is, so far down the line, we don't know what will happen in his development. He's just got a great mix of like hitting and catching ratings that like you don't see super often. So, I'm excited to see if he actually fulfills that potential. Chris Story also potentially looks interesting. There's just a lot of, young raw guys. Chris Gunter is a guy. He'll start in A+ next year. Yeah, any other prospects I'm forgetting? Oh, let's see. Sven Bourgeois, we talked about. Cheng Ho Cho is no longer in our organization. He was traded for PCA. He put up great numbers for the Cubs organization in 2030. He was like probably the biggest get, but you got to give something up to get PCA. Like, we gave up a lot for sure, especially as Petty went over and like actually did well for them, over 13 starts. And Marin they have at rookie ball, despite him doing well at AA last year. I don't quite get that, whatever. Not our problem anymore. As, good season overall. In the off season, we'll probably look to, largely bring back the same lineup. I don't think we have a lot of major departures to worry about in free agency. Yeah, just Tyler Anderson, Landon Ropp, Ryan Fernandez we traded for, that's right. So we'll need to see kind of what he wants. We did trade Alex Mooney for him as well, as he went on to do okay for the Mets. Ideally we'd like to keep him. We'll have to see how expensive that is. Brent Rooker probably won't come back unless he wants a lot less money. He does not. Yeah, I'm not signing him to a 4-year deal. Sorry, Brent. So we will lose a few players, but a lot of our big gets should be back. Snelling and Ferris we'll make decisions on. Santana, we'll see if we can maybe extend long term. Yeah, we'll get into this more in the off season. But yeah, good season overall. We finish. So we finished first in starter and bullpen ERA, and third in FIP. So like we had good pitching, and it just occasionally let us down in the playoffs. But what can you do when you go up against the best team in baseball by a record? Like, yeah, the Mariners were a tough team, and we took them to 7 games. So, uh, we're making it a little farther each season. By next season, hopefully, we'll lose in the World Series instead of the ALCS. So, thanks for watching, everybody. I know I got a bit rambly here towards the end, but yeah, do the like, comment, subscribe thing. Yeah, leave a comment, all that good stuff. Let me know what you think of the series so far. Yeah, I'm pretty much just kind of winging it and just kind of describing how I play the game, and hopefully you enjoy that. So yeah, this is the end of the 2030 season. Next up in the next episode will be the 2030-2031 off season as we look to maintain our status as top of the AL West division. So hopefully I'll see you then.